Okay, we ready.
All good?
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, good morning. My name is Yim Chen. I will chair the meeting today. The panelists today to my right is Mr. Sahi Bayat and Philip Goss. And joining us online is Aaron Chen. And our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is Sabrina Salatini. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considered application for variances from the provision of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. First of all, I have to make a land acknowledgement announcement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of the nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of Credit. Committee of Adjustment hearing now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wish to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting to their computer, tablet, or smartphone or telephone, have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When the item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator and one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. These participating by video appearances will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. All other times, your video will be disabled and will be restated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. These participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Receiving a copy of a decision of the Committee of Adjustment, people attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Land Local Appeal Board, the TLAB, will be sending notification and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Board, the TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decision. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public body, such as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment. So now I will read out the hearing procedure. So I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. And then how we're making the decisions, when an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are advised to chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. And each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. And any presentation or other material which submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee member cannot accept material at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. And please note that committee may not entertain revisions to proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if the substantial revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individual, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call all the speakers in the hearing room, then those that participate through WebEx. So in-person people speak first, and then online people will speak second. Committee member may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished the presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speaker. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for decision. That's all the announcement about the procedure. So now we move into doing some business. Is there a confirmation of minutes that we have to do for the last meetings?
Good morning,
Yes.
Madam Chair and panel members. Yes, so we have minutes from the October 4th and October 11th, 2023 hearings
Okay.
that have been approved by the members.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes? Mr. Bayat, yeah. A second by Gold, okay. All in favor? All in favor, yeah. And are there any declaration of interest from our panel, from our staff? No. Okay, and are there some files that are closed or closed files?
Okay, yes, through you, Madam Chair. We do have 3 files to be withdrawn and closed this morning.
Okay,
We have received requests from the applicants to withdraw and close these files.
okay,
The first one is municipal address 365 Dover Court Road, file number A0829/21TEY.
okay,
The second is 490 Glen Lake Avenue,
okay,
file number A0522/23TEY. And the third file is municipal address 179 Cedric Avenue. File number is A0412/23TEY. For this file, the Secretary Treasurer has approved a partial refund,
okay.
okay? And that's already been processed.
I see, so they are not on the agenda?
No, they're
already
not on
taken
the
off?
agenda
Okay.
list. It's just the requests that we received late before the agenda was sent.
Okay, so do we need just one motion?
Sure, if we
Yes.
have one motion for all 3 files to be closed, with the exception of 179 Cedric Avenue that
For the
has already
refund.
received a partial refund.
Yes, so can I have a motion for that?
Sure, I'll move to close those.
And second? I will second, Mr. Byers, second, that's fine. And all in favor, please. Yep, pass, yeah.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chair, we do have one deferral for this morning, item number 20,
Number 20.
municipal address 136 Hammersmith Avenue. File number is A0761/23TEY.
So all the people who want to speak to this item here, then we can handle it now, or do we have to wait?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have two people registered to speak, as well as the agent. The agent is here in person.
Yeah. Do you think we can connect to the other two registered speakers so that we can, maybe they don't have to wait till at the end?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I do have the agent present in the room, and I do have the speakers in opposition on standby as well.
Okay, so maybe we just go through this item so that they can just, we can just sign off on that. So we have the agent, please, yeah. And tell us why you need the deferral, yeah.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Committee members. We're requesting a deferral to revise the application based on the letter of objection that we received from the neighbor. We'd like time to adjust the plans to address their concerns, and if required, obtain a new zoning notice or zoning waiver.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so can we then wait till we speak to the other two? The next speaker, please. Yeah.
Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you very well, yeah.
Great, I don't know, for some reason, my camera's not coming on. Yeah, very quickly, I mean, I'm Russ Cazal. I learned of this deferral request very late last night when I checked the information site, so I'm a bit surprised.
Can you give us your address too, please?
I'm sorry, I'm Russ Cazal. I'm at 138 Hammersmith Avenue. We live in the house right next to 136.
Okay. So,
I guess I should say first, I'm not opposed to a deferral. If they want to do revisions, I imagine they might be responding to the objections we had. If I can just, I can briefly give you what I was going to present, but I'm not certain what the procedure is here.
we are just dealing with the deferral, whether you're in favor of the deferral or whether you're opposed. We are not going to go into the detail of the application because the applicant is willing to work with the neighbors and do some revisions. Yeah.
Okay, I will just say, I wish I'd actually heard it from my actual neighbor in person, which we could have done, but that's fine. If we're going to do it through committee, that's okay. I do not object to the deferral.
Okay.
I'm happy to let
Thank
that
you.
go forward.
Yeah.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you so much, yeah. And please, the next speaker. Yeah. That's all? Okay, okay, we finished. And do we have a motion to defer? Yeah.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam Chair. I'd like to move a motion to defer.
A second?
I'll second that.
And then, yes, I think there's a good idea that we defer it so that you can work with your neighbors and do, so maybe more acceptable
Thank you, Madam Chair.
design. All in favor? Thank you. Yeah, approve, yeah. So we can move on to the first item on today's agenda, which I think that is being postponed, but I do not have the address
So through
here.
you, Madam
Yeah.
Chair, it's 28 Morton Road, and the item has been postponed.
Do we need a motion for that?
No, we
No?
can just move on to
Move.
item number 2.
Okay, so item number 2, you again?
Once again,
I
yes.
thought that you did not know you finished with, okay, that's good. Number 2 is 29 Lightbourne Avenue, and we have the applicant with us, and do we have any other people who would like to speak?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we don't have any speakers registered for this item, and I don't see anyone here in person that would wish to speak in person. If you could just run through the materials that
Oh,
have been
yes.
submitted, and then we can get to
Oh,
the
Okay,
applicant.
yeah, you gave me the bunch of, I forgot about, okay, let me read through what we have in front of us for this item is the A copy of plan and survey, site plan, floor plans and elevation, 3 photographs of trees on the property, and which received June 6, 2023, decision numbers of the municipal board affecting the property, and planning jurisdiction letter from Addison Mill Price agent received October 18, 2023. And commenting agents, we received email corresponding from the Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Transportation Services, dated October 12, 2023, and also staff report from the Director of Community Planning, City Planning, City of Toronto, received October 18. And the opposition, we have correspondence from Felix and Maria dos Santos, from 31 Lightbourne Avenue, received October 16. And this is the material that we have in front of us here. Okay, so go ahead. Who is keeping the 5 minute? Okay, so you will have 5 minutes. Please do start now.
Okay, thank you. To begin with, I'd like to clarify that while there are several variances in front of you for this application, the thrust of what is before you is to construct a garden suite above an existing detached garage. The variances requested are largely a result of 2 factors. The first is that this property is not subject to 569/2013, but is instead subject to the former City of Toronto bylaw 438/86. And the second is that many of the variances before you are a result of existing conditions of the subject property that don't relate to the garden suite. The duplex and landscaping situation on the property has existed since approximately 1965 based on aerial photography, and the ancillary building on the site, a 1-story single detached garage, was approved by way of minor variance application in 2018 and was constructed shortly thereafter. As I described in my letter, this application is to construct a 2nd-story addition, and there are no variances directly associated with the 2nd story. Also, the proposed height of 6 meters would be compliant with the height restrictions for garden suites under the current zoning bylaw 569/2013. Now, regarding the specific variances, the proposed garden suite, in terms of FSI, only represents an increase of approximately 70 square meters. The remainder of the GFA proposed represents structures that are currently existing on the subject property. I'll also point out that under 569/2013, the gross floor area of an ancillary building containing a garden suite is not included for the purpose of calculating GFA or FSI. With respect to variances 2, 3, 4, and 5, which relate to the setbacks of the ancillary building, I want to point out that these variances are largely a result of zoning bylaw 438/86 not contemplating garden suites or considering garden suites to be ancillary buildings, but instead considering it as a full-fledged second house on the lot. I'll note that the existing ancillary building was approved for its setbacks, location, and size in 2018. For reference, under 569, the setbacks of lawfully existing ancillary buildings can be used for garden suites of up to 6 meters high. And this means that the adjacent lot at 31 Lightbourne and the remaining lots in the neighborhood would be permitted to construct a similar garden suite to the one proposed on this lot in their existing ancillary buildings. I'll also point out that the lot is 6.1 meters wide, and therefore it is impossible to comply with the 7.5 meter side yard setback. Now, with respect to variance 6, which pertains to the rear deck projecting out from the garden suite, note that this variance relating to the height of the deck is only limiting the height because it projects into the required side yard setback of 7.5 meters. The deck will be generally in line with the existing walls of the ancillary structure and will also be set back similar to the existing rooftop deck on the duplex building. There's no variance requesting permission to exceed the overall height limits for a structure or a platform extending from a structure because the as-of-right limits for height in this zone are 12 meters and 13 meters for the adjacent 569/2013 zone. Considering that the deck is well below a height of 12 meters, the privacy impact will actually be less than contemplated by the zoning bylaw. Now, variance 7, 8, and 9 are similarly technical variances in nature. The ancillary building has existed since 2018, and variance 9 would not be triggered by an identically positioned and sized cantilevered deck that did not use columns for additional support. Variance 11 is also a technical variance and is a result of this lot being subject to 438/86. The intent of this provision is to prevent multiple dwellings on a lot from being constructed, in part due to issues posed by accessing structures behind an additional structure. I'll note that this lot is a corner lot, and therefore this lot is one of the better suited ones to support a garden suite in this neighborhood. In addition, as per the recent official plan and Planning Act changes, garden suites are permitted in all neighborhoods in Toronto. With respect to the Planning Act specifically, Section 35.1, subsection 1 of the Planning Act states that the authority to pass a zoning bylaw does not include the authority to prohibit one residential unit in an ancillary structure. Now, with respect to the final variances, 10, 12, and 13, I'll just note that these variances refer to existing conditions on the lot. I'll point out as well to end that, as the committee is well aware, there is a need for intensification and housing within the province. And this proposal represents a subtle form of gentle intensification that provides a new rental housing unit that does not displace the existing tenants on the subject property. The as-of-right impacts of a 12 or 13-meter building on this lot would not rise to the level of impact of the current application. And this property already has approval for a 3-story apartment building as per the OMB decision that is on file. Based on this justification, I'm of the opinion that this application represents good planning and meets the 4 tests.
Thank you. Do you want to hold, do we have anyone else want to speak? No? Okay, any questions then? Yeah.
No, please go.
Mr. Goss first, and then, yes.
So, the variances the variance in terms of the FSI that's requested would permit this unit to be constructed. But it's not enough to permit this unit and the one that was previously approved, gone all the way to the OMB. And so I'm just wondering, why is it that that unit was never constructed, or why is that not being considered instead of this?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's a good question. The difference in FSI or GFA between what was approved at OMB is 10 square meters. The reason the owner did not go through with constructing that dwelling was due to the expensive costs of development charges associated with that. There are deferral programs available for development charges for garden suites, and the property owner is looking to take advantage of that.
Oh, do you mean that they develop the garden suite that they can be exempted from the development charge? Is that how?
Yes, that is the intent.
And also,
through you, Madam Chair.
actually, I do have a question, related question. So the GFA of this garden suite is not included in the overall GFA of the lot, right?
To answer your question,
Yeah.
for this application, the GFA of the garden suite and the garage is being included
Is being
in that
included.
variance. However, the point that I was making is that under 569, the zoning bylaw that's subject to all other properties adjacent to this property, the FSI and GFA of the entire ancillary building containing a garden suite is not included in
Oh.
that calculation.
Oh, okay, thank you, yes, that's good. Mr. Bayet, please, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, quick question. I take it you're aware of the planning staff report. And I think one of the first things that struck me were the number of variances that were being requested. They weren't just a few, there are 13, and that's more than a few. Community planning, basically, if I can just quickly read this, it says, the cumulative impact of the variances and proposal in its current form would lead to overdevelopment on the subject site. And I think that's the key piece. There's the notion of an overdevelopment. It's the cumulative effect, not the individual variances that you're requesting. My general sense always is to listen to the staffing report to see what they have to say, and to a large degree be guided by it. I don't know if you have a comment to the staffing report.
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
My response to that is that the number of variances can never necessarily tell you whether an application should be considered minor. Of course, there are applications that have one variance that should not be approved, and there are applications with more than 13 that are minor. I think this is a good example of an application with many variances that are mostly technical in nature due to the fact that the subject zoning bylaw is 43886. And in 1986, when the zoning bylaw was originally being created, garden suites were not contemplated as a form to develop. However, it is a form that is being encouraged by the province of Ontario and the official plan of Toronto currently. And therefore, I believe that while there are many variances, some of them that outright prohibit an dwelling unit in an ancillary building, I would point out that due to the changes in the Planning Act and the official plan, that this application does represent good planning and does not represent an overall cumulative negative impact.
If I may just follow up
Yes,
with that, Madam
please,
Chair. The last sentence in the report indicates these concerns have been expressed to the applicant, but the applicant has not indicated whether they would be making revisions to the required variances. I'm not sure where you stand on that. Is it something that you would contemplate addressing, or to see how you can work around it?
Through you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
many of these variances are required simply for the construction of any sort of dwelling. Even if it was a simple conversion of that existing one-story garage, as I noted, there's no height variance or anything of the sort, and therefore the proposed variances would likely not change. The only place there could be reductions would be in perhaps the projection of that deck, but as I pointed out, the height limits on this property as existing are 12 meters. And the impacts associated with a deck going off of a 12-meter high building would be much greater in terms of shadow or privacy overlook than what is proposed. I'll point out just overall that there's never no impact to an application. We only need to look at whether that impact rises above what is already contemplated by the zoning bylaw. And this is a zone where there is a dense amount of housing and there are high height limits that are permitted already.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Mr.
So the staff report pointed out two particular concerns, which actually were my concerns as I was reading through, being overlook and the hardscaping. Has any consideration been given? So the unit itself, to me, doesn't actually present such an overlook challenge. I think it's the deck that presents the overlook challenge. Has there been any consideration to altering that aspect of the design or the landscaping aspect to confront those challenges?
There was some consideration through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
However, the main thrust of this application is just to construct that second story on the existing detached garage. As I noted, the landscaping situation has been as is on the property for quite a large amount of time and is not really related to the construction of an additional story. That being said, the owner would be accepting of a condition of approval that required a screening on the deck or a condition to add permeable pavers on the driveway, should you see fit to approve the application.
Okay. Aaron, you have any questions?
Yeah, just one question. It's a question to the applicant. Can you let me know what is the existing landscape percentage of the whole lot and at the front, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no landscaping on this lot as is. However, if you look on a aerial view of the property, you'll note that there is a municipal boulevard directly next to the property that features a city-owned tree and a good amount of landscaping. When you view the property from the street, it does have landscaping there, and this public landscaping does offset some of the hardscaping that currently exists.
Okay.
I do. You have more questions? Okay, I actually do have a question. When I sort of just quickly Google looking at this property, what the site plan did not indicate is that the backyard and also the driveway and the asphalt is actually, the whole thing is actually paved with asphalt, except that there's some trees in the city boulevard, some pine, yeah, that's it. But then beyond that, and also where you propose to build on the Garden Street, is actually all paved with asphalt. There's absolutely no other soft landscaping there. You don't think you, because what is looking at is you have three parking, the garage takes 3 parking spaces, and in between, the backyard is also used as parking space, it seems. It's all paved. Is that what is going to be in?
Through you, Madam Chair, that area in between the garden suites and the duplex, I can't confirm whether they're legal parking spaces. The only parking spaces on the plan are the ones that are in that garage. It is a rented property, and the owner isn't the one that's using those parking spaces. Oftentimes, it's difficult to fully control whether your tenants or their guests park
Oh, yeah,
on
no, I mean,
landscaping.
it is very convenient to park there, right? Because it looked like the heavy thing is paved with asphalt. Now it's being used as parking. So I think what my question is going to, your intention is to keep it as it is, the current use, which is like a parking space.
Yes, the intention is to retain that as landscaping. That is hard landscaping, not soft.
Okay, thank you. So that's my question. So any other questions? Do you want to say anything more before we take it into a committee?
No, thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that come up in committee, however.
Okay, so now we are in committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I'll just start. I think the staffing report, first portion of it actually talks about the size, that it's an overbuild. It is a 3-car garage. It's not a 2-car garage.
No.
And basically, it's going to look like a house upon a house.
Yes.
A house behind a house, I beg your pardon. I do take planning staffing reports very seriously, and I do feel that their comment about this being an overbuild, I agree with that piece. They have asked us to refuse it, and that's my inclination at this point in time. It's an interesting just an additional point. You know, you asked about the Google view of the space between the existing garage and the main structure.
Yeah.
If the owner wanted to prevent parking, it's very simple, put up a fence.
Yeah.
None of that has happened. So I think this is another case where you've got facilitating something that's not appropriate. That could have been green space, soft landscaping, as we would like to see in the city. But having said that, I am inclined to refuse the application based on the staffing report.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Goss, any comment?
Yeah, I'm a little conflicted because I see an additional unit here. I'm not sure I agree that it's necessarily an overbuild, and especially that it's on a corner lot. But I think the other concerns of staff are valid, and I think the goal of increasing housing can take place even if we don't approve this, because they already have approval for a 3rd-story unit. So if I could maybe go either way, but if we were to approve, I certainly would want to put in those conditions that the applicant is willing to have in terms of screening and permeability of the pavers.
Erin, you have any comment?
Yes, I do. I've been actually looking at the more like from the streetscape level, and I think that the whole reason why I'm just assuming that staff is seeing this as an overbuild is because the proximity of this new development next to the lot around the houses behind it. And I understand the rationale of the applicant. You're right, the corner lot, you have two street facing. And if you look at Brandon Avenue cross of this property, basically there are two stories houses all along it. So it looks very natural that if we put another two stories building on the back, it basically fits with the overall streetscape. So I think the problem is there are many good reasons behind this project, but it just weren't articulated properly. I would probably approve it if this whole two stories garden suite is being putting closer to the main house so that you provide some airspace and lighting to the surrounding and provide new soft landscape in between that so that you're actually making an effort to improve the street for the public and looks closer to what the surroundings are. And for that reason, I cannot support the application. I wish they can come up with a better scheme. The density, the height is fine, it's just the distribution of how the massing being grouped together has some concern to me. It just doesn't look like, I mean, it is destroying the streetscape and therefore it has some major impact to the surroundings.
Can I ask you a question then? Will you, I read the staff report, of course, and then I do agree with something, and I do not agree with other thing. I think the massing and the addition of the garden suite is fine when you look at the site. But what bothered me a bit is that since they're adding this extra unit and have done nothing to the soft landscaping, I thought there's some kind of opportunity to do that. But they take it as so-called, if it's existing, we're not doing anything. But then if that is the case, then existing has no garden suite either. So the argument to me is more it's not a balanced design, and I just wish they have done something to improve the soft landscaping. On that point, I think it's sort of, I don't think I can suggest that to refuse the landscaping variance and keep the others, but that's my position now. But I like to see there's a motion to refuse or approve. If there's a motion on the floor. Okay, Mr. Bayet, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll put forward a motion, see where it goes. I'd like to move a motion to refuse the application as presented.
For the reason you just listed, that you think it's
I'm
overbuilt.
Basically following, I think, the planning staff report. This is an overbuild. And as you pointed out as well, there doesn't seem to be any interest in improving the site. It is providing additional housing, yes, but I think there's an opportunity, as our colleague Aaron Chang mentioned, there's an opportunity to improve the situation, but there doesn't seem to be, that's not indicated to me.
Okay. So is there anyone second to that motion?
I'll
Mr.
second.
Goss second, and then all in.
But
Okay,
I'd just
please.
like to say, my reasons are maybe a little different. I think there's a way that you could come back with a fresh application that does address some of the concerns of the committee, or else consider building what you have already as of right. But I second the motion to refuse.
Okay, all in favor to refuse? Unanimously refuse. Okay, the next item is number 3 on our agenda is 158 Marion Street. What we have in front of us is a copy of the plans, the survey, site plan, and floor plan elevations, and cover letter from Christian Chen, the agent, received July 20th, and decisions numbers affecting the two decisions affecting the subject property And in order to comply affecting the property. And one photograph for the subject property received July 28th, and planning rationale from Tristan Chan, and received October 19. Presentation material from Christian Chan received October 19. And we also received email correspondence from the third-party project review Metrolink. There's a communication received on October 18th. So do we have the agent online or in person?
Good morning, Madam Chair and panel members and city staff. My name is Christian Chan. I'm the planner and agent for the applicant 158 Marion Street, Inc. My address is Suite 138, 157 Adelaide Street, West Toronto.
Okay, yeah, welcome, Mr. Chan. You have 5 minutes to present. Do we need a presentation? I don't think that the panel need a presentation. So, Mr. Chan, can you tell us what you want to say before we take it into committee for discussion? Oh,
I do have a question.
Mr. Bayer has a question for you. So please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Just a quick one. This is to legalize construction that was done without permit. I was just looking back at the documents, and I noted that in, I think it's August 9th, 2017, there was a conversion from 4 units to 6. And I believe July 2022, there was a building permit issued for the 6 units, if I'm not mistaken. So given that in 2017, some conversion was done, or presumably in that period, that there would have been the knowledge for the owner that you need a permit, a building permit. And yet it looks like there's an order to comply in July 2020 to stop, presumably because you were functioning without a building permit. Is there some reason why there seems to be this absence of building permit knowledge, and then come back and then to legalize? Because I think the committee has always felt that we don't sit here and condone work that has been done without a building permit, and yet we see this happening. Do you have any knowledge of what happened?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Bayat, thank you for the question. So as a matter of background, in 2017, as you mentioned, the COA approved variances for 6 rental units. A building permit was submitted after that COA's variance approval. And during the building permit stage, the previous ownership of the corporation that owned the property sought a building permit and approved through Toronto Buildings for 5 dwelling units. So that was 1 less unit than the COA approved in 2017 for 6. However, the additional rental units were constructed and tenanted, those being the 6th and 7th units in the basement that was formerly used as a storage space without variance approval and without permits. In June of 2020, that order to comply was issued for the owners to revert the building to the 5 units in order to issue a building permit. The ownership of the corporation changed, and then the current owner sought to correct the issue by submitting a building permit to revert the building to the previously COA approved 6 rental units in the 2017 decision, and to demolish the units in the basement. So the purpose of the 2021 COA application, which was ultimately heard in July of last year because of the delays for hearing times due to the pandemic, sought permission for the 6 rental units as part of the file number 039421 TEY. And so in retrospect, the variance for the 2021 application that was heard in 2022, this was the most recent application before this one. This would have better proceeded with a variance to authorize the 7th unit. So in retrospect, we should have applied in 2021 for the 7th unit because it was already constructed to authorize that, and that was subject of the variance application before this committee However, the intent at the time of that application was to legalize the entirety of the basements for the 6th unit and remove the 7th unit. Since all of the units at the time were rental units, the current owners did not wish to de-house the existing tenant in the 7th unit during the height of the pandemic, which was in 2021, the time the application was made. So the owner decided to proceed again in this 2023 application to seek approval of the 7th unit. We did discuss this with community planning staff, with Ms. Bruna Negro at community planning, and she and community planning staff did not have any concerns with this variance requested. We reviewed the 2022 decision and considered the previous application, which also secured the provision of increased soft landscaping in the rear yard, as you can see on the site plan, which is carried forward in this application. So although I understand being a committee member in the past and also in other applications I've been a part of that, the Committee of Adjustment and TLAB does not condone unlawful construction. This is a situation that the new ownership of the corporation that owns the property board now wishes to seek to correct. The intent, and just to add to that, the intent of this application is to seek the approval of the variance to legalize the 7th unit so it can be appropriately permitted and inspected and be considered as part of the city's safe, permitted, and legalized rental housing stock.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I respond to your answer? It felt like that's the part of this application I cannot follow. Doesn't matter how many times I read it. It seems that you are doing something in reverse order. It seems every single, it's not just one time, it's repeat a couple of times, is that you build beyond the permit. And then you say that something is, you're applying, and then you build suddenly from 5 to, I don't know what the 6 comes, whether you actually build 6, but, or whether you actually skip the 6 and have built 7 and thinking that you can go back. It seems that you are doing the project in a reverse order, and that's what is happening, right? So.
Well, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
It's not to legalize. I mean, it's never been there for once you started to construct. I think it's not. It's on these units. The additional units are all new, but you just decided to build more every time, and then come back to us. Is that right? Yeah.
Madam Chair, had I been involved in the 2017 variance application, I would have definitely advised my clients to proceed with an application for the 7 units that they had constructed, of course. In this case, I can understand the concern that we may be doing this in reverse order, but I can assure you that the unit count in the building will be no more than this. The floor area is the existing floor area of the house, and the units are already created inside the building envelope. There are no additional impacts that would arise from built form with respect to the physical character of the immediate context and geographic neighborhood in this case. And of course, and I'll reiterate too, that there will be no more applications after this.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from the panel?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Hi. Yes. So in your letter, you mentioned about landscape improvement. Can you elaborate that a little bit? And are you okay to have it as a condition to the approval if it's approved?
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chang, absolutely. The previous application in 2021, we had extensive discussions with city planning staff to improve the soft landscaping in the rear yard. At the time, the rear yard is entirely covered with hard landscaping. And so negotiations with planning staff as part of the previous application secured as a condition of approval in that application to have the rear soft landscaping be returned. And in fact, it's reflected that the soft landscaping does comply with the bylaw as reviewed by the zoning examiner for the current plans before the committee. And I would be happy to have a condition imposed to have the proposal be substantially in accordance with the site plan.
Yeah, the site plan is that, can you tell us the number of the site plan and the date that the committee received it? So we know this, which one it is, please. Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just looking at my files here would be the site plan. To be the plans that are dated by the Committee of Adjustment as September 23rd, 2023. Those being the plans that are dated. Actually, it says here, it's stamped, the site plan is stamped as received by Committee of Adjustment on September 15th, 2023. Those would be the plans.
Okay. Thank you, yeah. We have that, okay, yeah. So, any other questions, please? So, one more question, Mr. Payat.
Madam Chair, I thank you to Mr. Chang for the noting the soft landscape condition that could be applied. I'm just wondering if the applicant is required to give us the dimensions of the soft landscaping that is intended. If not, I'm just wondering if Madam Secretary Treasurer might be able to indicate, is the wording that we could use to basically indicate that all the hard surface land in the rear be converted to soft landscaping? I'm not sure what works best and what should be the
We can
appropriate
add that in front of to say also tied to the site plan. We can add that what you say, all the hard surfaces will be converted to soft landscape as described or on site plan,
I'm just wondering.
Through you,
how-
Madam Chair, the site
Yes.
plan shows, and it's on the screen, the area that would be soft, and it also has a percentage.
Oh, that's good.
So if you were to approve this with the condition of tying it, the approval to the site plan, then this would be suffice.
Yes, and they actually has got the front and the rear yard percentage and area on these drawings. Mr. Payat.
Yes. Cool. I guess I'll make a motion to approve. Is it time for that?
Oh, no, we haven't gone into committee yet.
Okay.
You're very enthusiastic today, okay, thank you. So, if no more questions, we are now into committee, and then we can just make our own comments. So, okay, Aaron, you're the first to make comments, please.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve. I understand the process has been very complicated, but I'm glad that at the end, I think the proposal is acceptable and there's no new GFA added, even though there's a new unit added. So, and there's also a landscape improvement. So I would like to approve it, and the approval will tie to the site plan submitted on the application.
Okay, anyone second to that motion? Mr. Payat, second.
If I may just add,
Yes.
if we could, as usual, Madam Secretary Treasurer, add in the minutes that committee doesn't approve situations like this that require.
Through you, Madam
legalization.
Chair, yes, it'll be for the record, and that the city does not condone building without authorized permits.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, yes, I was just going to add that, given the process, forget about the process, but when we look at the application, it's only one variance, and I think that is quite reasonable. The variance is quite reasonable, adding also one extra housing unit. That's why I am in support too. So let's vote for that. All in favor with the conditions. Yeah. Unanimously approved. Yeah. With conditions. Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I may, I just noted, I think there was a Metrolinx advisory with
Yeah.
that particular application. as
Well,
well, if
do
I'm
we
not
put it
mistaken.
in our?
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't need to include advisory,
Okay.
advisory comments. It's only if they were requesting a condition.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, okay, no, yeah, I was, yeah, I was wondering about that. Okay, so we are ready for next item. Number 4, number 6, Doris Road. Is the agent here or online? please?
I am, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay, can you state your name and address, please? Yeah.
Sure. My name is David Hunt. I'm a planner at Bellsfields Inc. The address here is 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Okay. You will have 5 minutes. Do we need a presentation? For this one?
Maybe a short one. might,
Well, yeah,
uh,
can you give us a brief
suffice.
presentation? You have 5 minutes, please. Yeah.
Sure, Madam Chair. First, I would like to bring to the committee's attention a request to amend variance number 3, which seeks to amend the parking rates for the approved development. Specifically, it's noted in my letter that was dated October 4th that I'm requesting that Roman numeral 2 be amended from a minimum of 0.01 residential visitor parking spaces for each dwelling unit.
Just
to am-
wait a second. You're amending the agenda. So can you go through it very carefully so that our staff can
Sure.
record it? Okay,
Sure.
so, according to our agenda, what item you're revising?
It would be variance number 3.
Number 3.
Yep.
Okay.
So, Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So that's that one. Yes, that's correct. So I'm looking to increase from 0.01 to 0.02.
Oh, on the two item, the second numeral, woman, okay, 0.2. So it's got more parking.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then I'm also looking to amend variance number Roman numeral 3 of variance 3
Yes,
from 0.5 to 0.8.
2.8. Okay.
And this is to match the recommendations of transportation services?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, these modifications come about from further refinement of the plans and discussions with staff. And I just wanted to note that we're not seeking a further reduction than what was initially requested, rather that we would be providing slightly more parking than what was initially requested as part of the initial submission.
Yes. Number 4. It's, yeah, you were going to give us a very brief presentation. I forgot that. Please, yeah.
Yes, I'm happy to give you a quick presentation. I did prepare one, and I did submit it yesterday. If the
I'm sorry. Can you hold a little? I forgot to read out the material we received. So can you excuse me for a moment? Yeah, committee have received on this item is a copy of the site plan and survey and floor plans and elevations and cover letter from David Hu at the agent, July 19, and planning rationale letter from David Yu, agent, also October 6, and revised diagram 5, received August 21st. Tree inventory and preservation report by Kunz Forestry, July 24, we received a copy of the site-specific bylaw and presentation material from the agent. And also we received email corresponding from third-party Metrolinx, the advisory, I think there was, I do not know, I know, it's from Metrolink, I do not know what it's about. And also from the planner of city planning division. And staff report from the manager of development planning and review and transportation services. We received October 18th. That's the material we have. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I did prepare a quick presentation material package that was submitted yesterday, and it's on the screen right now. I'll be very brief, so thank you. If you can move to the next slide. The site is located just off of Dawes Road, which is east of Main Street. The site is located in an area well serviced by transit, including the Danforth GO station immediately south along the rail corridor, as well as Main Station, subway station, approximately 5 to 10 minute walk from the subject site. If you go to the next slide. The subject site sits bounded between Main Street, Danforth, the rail corridor, and Dawes Road, and is subject to an area study that city initiated, referred to as the Main Street Planning Study. The site sits in an area within that study area referred to as Character Area C that is envisioned to see a significant amount of intensification. And as a result, we were successful in a rezoning of the site to permit 3 or 4 buildings on the site, ranging from 17 to 39 stories. If you go to the next slide. This next slide gives you the overview of the requested variances. We are seeking 3 variances. 2 of the 3 are, all 3 variances are the result of further refined design of the plans through the site plan process, of which we've been working with staff diligently. Variance 1 relates to increase to the overall height, metric height of the buildings and the podium of the building. Due to structural considerations and thickness of slabs through the refinement of the design. Variance 2 relates to permissions to add a washroom to be permitted above the permitted height limit, specifically located on top of the roof structure. This is due to the fact that the initial proposal did not contemplate amenity space on the rooftop of the tower. But through, again, the site plan process and through refinement and a new architect, it's been decided that to increase the amount of amenity offering for the buildings, that amenity would be located. As a result, we need ancillary washrooms so that users of the amenity space on the rooftop, could easily access washroom facilities if they need to do so. The last variance relates to parking, and the request in reduction is largely to do with the fact that the original proposal or approval of the application contemplated a automated parking system. And it's through the new developer and through the new architect that, and this has been supported by staff, we are reverting back to a more conventional parking layout that requires a ramp and drive aisles rather than an automated system. And so as a result, there's a further reduction in the parking being sought. If you go to the next next slide, sorry. This section drawing here just illustrates where the requested variances are being sought. Please note that we are not seeking an increase in the number of stories to the towers and the podium, rather than just increases in the height. And you can tell by the diagram, through the varying thickness of the black lines that represent the floor slabs, that it's due to structural considerations that some floors are thicker than others and require, this is what's triggering the height variances as it relates to the overall building. If you go to the next slide. This, as you can see in the red bubble diagrams, is the location of the washroom facilities located on the towers. Again, this is simply to point out the fact that we are locating some outdoor amenity spaces on the rooftops of the towers and to provide washroom facilities for those amenity spaces. And then lastly, if you go to the last slide. Thank you. These are the where the parking is located in the building. You can see in the middle of the building the drive aisle and the ramp locations. Again, this is the more conventional, typical parking garage layout that you would see. The original proposal did not contemplate this, but it's through the working with staff, and you can see that with the supportive letters from both planning and transportation staff that they're supportive of the variances. So it's my opinion and my recommendation that these variances are minor and meet the 4 tests, and that I recommend approval of the variances for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. You used up the 5 minutes very well. Thank you. Okay, questions, please. Mr. Goss.
Yeah, just a quick one. That diagram of the parking that you showed us, is that with the revised rates or with the original 0.1, 0.5?
That's with the revised rates, and the plans also reflect that are before you, are also reflective of the revised rates.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Bayat.
Just a quick one for clarification. Transportation required, I think, 3 different adjustments. You mentioned 2, if I'm not mistaken. Are they, the 2 that you mentioned, are they, the amendments, are they reflective of the 3 that transportation has requested?
Through you, Madam Chair, the other amendment or the other change was one that it was just noted as that we're not seeking, or staff acknowledged that we're not seeking a change to that. That's relating to the resident parking of 0.08. That continues to be the same rate that we had initially requested. So there's no change in that.
So if I may just, if we add transportation conditions, you're okay with it because it won't really make an impact because you've already made the required adjustments?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, that's good, yeah. So, Erin, you have any questions?
Nope, it's very clear. I mean, they're cutting the parking requirement by half, adding the bathroom as part of the. I wish they add that second one when they do the site plan. Now they're adding it back. Number 1 is very straightforward. I have no problem to approve it.
Okay, we haven't gone into the committee yet, so, but then we will very shortly. So, Mr. Hu, do you have anything else to say before we get into committee and make a decision on this? Please.
No, just to say that, we've been working diligently with staff, and these variances are through that refinement and that ongoing application process with staff. So we're very happy to see staff supportive of this application and hope to finish and start construction shortly.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other speakers?
Through the chair, yes,
yeah.
we do have Ron Thornton on standby.
Okay, let's have Mr. Ron Thornton, please.
Ron Thornton, you have been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you very well.
Hi, I just so I had some concerns with regards to the changes. Namely, one, the increase in height of this facility. As you are all probably aware, there's a large number of developments that will be going up in this 2-kilometer stretch of Danforth, and I live directly behind them. And I'm concerned with the increasing height. Has anyone done wind studies on all of these proposed developments? Because I have noticed the increase in wind velocity has become tremendous just with the building that has been added at Main and Danforth on the southwest corner. And now we're proposing to put several more tall towers in this area. The other concern that I have is the reduction in parking. Already we have wrecking stress woe issues on the street in which I live. And so I'm concerned with the decrease in parking, what that will result in our neighborhood. And those are my concerns. Thank you for your time.
Excuse me, sorry, we forgot to ask for your address for the record, please. Can you tell us your address? Yeah.
Yes, it's 4 Whistlepost Street.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Any question for this speaker? Oh, no question. So actually, I do have a question. Your concern is about, it's not wind study to the building itself, it's actually the wind, so-called the wind funnel effect created by tall buildings, right? Is that what you're asking? Your concern is? Oh, I guess.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So yeah, I can see your concern, but I think that if the buildings are a little shorter, if it's the wind funnel effect, it would be still there, because I think the wind funnel is probably funneled down to at grade level almost. It's just channeled through 2 tall objects and then funneled through. So yeah, any other questions, anyone? Okay, we are in committee now.
Sorry.
Yes, Ms. Goss, yes, please.
Thank you. I think it was interesting to hear from the resident. I note that he is south of the rail corridor, so I don't know that the parking pressures will necessarily materialize for him in that location. And I think everything about this is just is truly minor compared to the fact that it's already been fully rezoned, so I would support it.
Yes, okay. So you have a motion? There's a
Sure,
motion.
sure,
Yeah.
I'll move.
Wait a second. Do you need to ask the applicant to respond to the?
Oh, yes.
I just wonder,
I forgot
because
to-
usually we would
Yeah,
ask who.
thank you for reminding me, because you
Yeah,
can say.
I think the applicant has to answer
Yeah.
to be fair.
Thank you
either,
for helping a
No
rookie,
worries, yeah.
rookie chairman, chairperson. Okay, back to the applicant, please. Do you have any response to the comment made by the opposition, please?
For you, Madam Chair. Yes, with respect to the comment about the wind concerns, I will note that again, we are currently through a site plan approvals process right now with planning staff, of which we did submit a pedestrian level wind study, and it's being reviewed, and the plan is being refined through those details, including wind mitigation measures. And every application that is before the city with respect to these tall towers that are being approved here are also subject to site plan approval, which would also require a review of a pedestrian wind level study, all of which look at not only the individual buildings, but a cumulative impact as well. So these concerns are definitely being noticed and addressed through that staff review. As it relates to the parking, I would note that a reduction in parking supply is encouraged as both policy from the province and from the municipality, given the site's location to significant amount of transit infrastructure here. But also a reduction in parking has a net effect of also reducing the number of cars in and out of the site notionally. And that's all being supported through a transportation report, again, submitted through the site plan application process and reviewed by staff. And staff noted that, again, they have no concerns with the reduction and have no concerns with respect to the potential impact of that.
Okay, there's a question by Mr. Bay.
Sorry to trouble you, but just to get a sense of, you've got towers A, B, and C. Is Tower A the one that is closest to Main Street, or is it closest to doors?
Through you, Madam Chair, Tower A is closest to Main Street, but it's got an intervening property between Main Street and our subject site, which is the Metrolink station.
The reason I asked the question is, I think for the gentleman that spoke about the resident on Whistle Post, I imagine that the taller the structures, the greater the impact of wind. And I think the taller structures are closer to Whistle Post as opposed to Main Street. That's all. I just wanted to get a sense. Thank you.
Yeah. I do have one question myself. When you mentioned that the building department has actually gone through the wind effects and sort of advised some kind of mitigation, what are the methods? Can you give us some example? What do you do to mitigate the effect of wind?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Certain mitigation measures include adding canopies on the ground floor or at certain levels, so that when there's a downward effect of the wind, that these canopies capture that wind and dissipate it.
Oh, okay.
Other considerations, particularly at the amenity levels, include wind screens and different types of fencing. Also, just through treatment of landscaping, through the incorporation of shrubbery or any other type of material that would help dissipate the wind is also considered. So those are the types of mitigation here, and all reflected in detailed plans and detailed landscape plans.
Oh, that's good, because I never knew what things they can do. I thought that there's we have to put up with it. Okay, thank you. So. Can we get into the commission? Now we're going to get into committee, okay?
So
you have any more questions?
No, if we're back in committee, I'll just
Yes.
renew my motion to approve subject to the parking being modified as per the transportation staff report.
And all the revisions as amended,
As
right?
amended.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. A second by Mr. Byett. All in favor? Unanimously approved. Okay, then let's move to the next item. Number 5, 187 Milverton Boulevard. And the committee has received a copy of plan and survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, and 3 photographs of the subject property received August 10. Supporting material prepared by Joe Massitini, the agent, October 17. Supporting material received from the agent, October 19. And commenting from staff report received October 18th. And their support, there are 5 form letters in support and signed by owners of 183, 85, 188, Milverton Boulevard received August 17, and also from 181, Milverton Boulevard, and also 914 Greenwood Avenue. This is all the materials we have received. So can we have the agent online or in person, please?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. You have 5 minutes. Do we need, anyone needs a presentation? Yeah. Do we have any speakers in opposition or anyone in concern? Okay, we do not have any other speakers. So do you have any other things that you want to address to the panel before we move it into committee for discussion?
Well, just simply, this is a very small renovation,
Yes.
enclosure of the front porch, and the variances are simply a condition of the existing circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And we ask for your support, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Through
Okay.
you, Madam Chair, can we just get his first and last name?
Oh, yes, and your, yes, please, and your address,
Yeah.
please.
Joseph Mazzatelli at 608 Oriel Parkway, Toronto.
Yes, okay. So, okay, we have a motion? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes,
Yeah.
I think this is a very straightforward
Yes.
Application.
Yes, hold on.
The requests are very minor, so I'm quite happy to approve
I think
without
there's
any
a,
condition.
yes, forestry condition 1 and 2.
Forestry 1 and 2, that's correct. Thank you.
Yes, anyone want to second that motion?
Aaron.
Aaron, second. And conditions. All in favor? Approve unanimously. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can probably deal with items number 6 and 7 together.
Yes, yeah, because
Uh,
there's the semi, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and the agent is here in person, and we do have registered speakers.
Okay, so number 6 and 7 is 155 and 153 Star Trend Avenue. And we have received in a committee that a copy of site plan surveys, floor plan and elevation, revised elevation, October 11, 4 photographs of trees of the property, and email correspondence from Bartley Netkin, the agent, and the arborist report September 15, and tree protection prepared by Amy Choi Consulting. And presentation material from Mr. Netkin, October 24th, and we also received email comments from transportation engineering and the staff report from the tree protection review, urban forestry. Opposition in corresponding from Daniel Cowing, 183 Star Trend Avenue, and William and Carol Martin, 157 Star Trend Avenue, Jackie Buback and from 855 Richmond Street West, and then Daniel Colling on behalf of Bill and Carol Martin, 157 and 180 Star Trend Avenue. And this all the material we have received. And can we have the agent online on person, please? Oh, okay, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Good morning, everyone, committee members. My name is Brad Netkin of Stamp Architecture, 20 27 Thorndale Avenue is my address. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm here representing the owners of 153 and 155 Strawn Avenue, and so my presentation is for both properties at the same time, and I will address the variances in sequence going through the zoning notice. So the site is located on the east side of a busy city block consisting of primarily zero lot line residential row housing, and there is a laneway to the east, which is typical. We're applying for variances as the site-specific bylaw is inconsistent with regard to density and height, as well as other factors. Regarding variances for setbacks of platforms, decks, etc. The front yard is small, and the requested setbacks accommodate separate access to 2 residential units and a walkout to the lower level at the front and rear yards, greatly improving light and accessibility. The rear setback is beside an existing high fence. Regarding variances for GFA, there are numerous examples of recent increased density in the area. Across at 146 Strawn, they have 2 times allowable GFA. Down the lane at 852 Adelaide, 2.25 times. And there are other recent examples around the corner, including 855 Richmond, which have small building areas and GFA much greater than 1 times density. Regarding variance for front yard landscaping, again, the front yard is small, which is typical on the street. At only 2.5 meters deep, we are proposing a single walkway from the sidewalk, which maximizes the soft landscaping on the boulevard and respects the mature trees at both 153 and 157 to the north. As in the variances above, this allows us to improve the daylight and access to the lower level and to accommodate stairs in a tight front yard. Regarding variances for side yard setbacks, currently both properties are at 0 setback, which has been the case for decades. The adjacent neighbors at 151 and 157 are also 0 lot line, and so we are asking to maintain the current existing condition. We note that 42 out of the 47 residential buildings on the block, or 90%, have a 0 lot line. So this variance request is in keeping with the existing conditions and neighborhood character. Regarding variances for the height of main floor above grade, we are proposing to maintain the same level below grade of the existing buildings, basement and foundations, because this will have the least impact on the adjacent properties, as well as any potential impacts with the water table and other issues. In exchange, we are asking for the main floor of the building to be at 1.5 rather than 1.2 meters above grade, 12 inches. The overall height of the building is still well within allowable height, and this variance request will allow for larger windows and more daylight and have a significant impact on the quality of the living area in the lower level. Regarding the variances for building depth, the proposed building depth of 17 meters is reasonable and similar to other nearby buildings, and is similar to other residential projects in the neighborhood and the city. For instance, the project under construction at the end of the laneway has a building depth of 19.5 meters. The proposed building depth and height are minimized at the top of the building. At the 4th story, the building steps back and the roof slopes. As such, from grade, the perceived height of the building is at the 4th floor terrace parapet, which is at 12 meters above grade. And in reality, the 4th story is not perceptible from the street. The building depth of the rear main wall at the 4th floor is at 14.3 meters, which is 0.3 meters beyond the allowable. And this variance request has a marginal impact on the overall massing of the building, and the proposed building depth preserves the existing rear yard, and the massing at the top of the building reduces the impact of light and shadow on the adjacent property. So in summary, we're proposing a 4-story residential building, which is a well-established form of housing and building in the neighborhood and the city. We hear a lot about housing shortages and challenges, and note that we are proposing to provide 4 new residential dwellings. We acknowledge the objection from the owners at 157. We met with them and attempted to address their concerns prior to this meeting, and I would request the opportunity to respond after their presentations. We note that we saw no objections from the planning department, and we believe that our request is minor and reasonable given the above factors, and that this proposal respects the intent of the bylaw and official plan. Thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Do you want to ask your question to the applicant now, or shall we wait until the other people spoken.
Sure, let's wait until the end.
Yes. So, yeah, okay, we are ready for other people to speak. Yeah, can you, yeah,
He's going to speak, so
Yeah.
should I move?
yes, you can give up your seat for a moment.
So, yes.
This is just in case this fails.
Yeah.
It's backup.
Just give us your name and address, please, yeah.
I will.
to start.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Daniel Cowling. I live at 183 Strawn Avenue. I'm speaking to you today in opposition to the variances being sought by the application before you on behalf of the owners at 157 Strawn Avenue, the adjacent property to the north. One of the owners, Bill Martin, was hospitalized and in the intensive care unit when notice of the application and today's hearing was delivered to their home. I offered to speak on their behalf given the circumstances, and they agreed. I believe that Carol Martin has emailed the committee to this effect. The house at 157 Strawn Avenue was built circa 1885 and is a grand home on the avenue. Bill and Carol have lived there for over 45 years, and in that time have respectfully preserved and restored the home's details. Shortly after taking possession, they planted a magnolia tree in the front yard. It's quite large now, and each spring it blooms, and many people in the neighborhood know the house as the Magnolia House. They also have a lovely perennial garden in the rear. Of greatest concern regarding the proposal before you is the setback from the north property line. The Martins' house has several windows facing south on the main, second, and attic stories, all of which are original to the house, and one of which is in a wall that is on the property line. Should the proposed dwelling be located at the property line at 4 stories, it will greatly reduce light and view from the windows and cause one of the windows to be closed entirely. Further, there are concerns regarding the construction details at that wall and concerns regarding snow loading in this location given the differing heights. The Martins' house also has 2 working fireplaces original to the house. Upon taking possession of the house, they had the masonry chimney rebuilt to original specifications and detail and to meet code at the time. Should the proposed dwelling be located at the property line at 4 stories, it will cause the Martins to have their chimney extended by at least 1 story, the cost and feasibility of which have yet to be determined. Should the setback meet the bylaw at 0.9 meters, the problem may not be entirely alleviated, but very much improved, most likely meaning a lesser and more feasible extension required of the chimney to meet current codes. With a setback of 0.9 meters, the existing windows, including the window located at the property line on the 2nd floor, would continue to have access to light, and it would be improved versus it being at the property line. Should the 0.9 setback be implemented, the FSI would be reduced to something more like a minor variance. The current proposal FSI is 1.77 times, and when one includes the high basement level, which is planned as primary living space for Unit 1 of the proposal, the FSI is actually 2.19. The request for a high basement at 1.5 meters above grade only exacerbates the shadowing effect of the proposal and is not in keeping with the streetscape, as the main floor of most dwellings are close to grade. The proposal exceeds both the existing and allowable depth for a dwelling and adversely affects the light and view to adjacent properties, and also further increases the FSI. The allowed height is at odds with the fabric of the neighborhood and the FSI allowed. The fabric of the neighborhood is predominantly 2 stories with some attic accesses. The allowable height on the west side of Strawn is 13 meters. One can only imagine the allowable height on the east side of Strawn at 18 meters originated to accommodate the mixed-use / light industrial nature of many existing heritage buildings that predate the current bylaws. Finally, I would like to point out that the proposal for the adjacent property to the south, located at 153, which is being heard with this item, is a mirror image of this proposal. However, the context is entirely different. The adjacent property south of 153, located at 151 Strawn, is a former factory that has been turned into townhomes. It has a blank wall at its north property line. The height of the proposals for 153 and 155 Strawn are intended and designed to match the existing former industrial building located at 151 Strawn. Thank you.
Any question to this speaker? So, okay, thank you
Good,
very much.
thank you.
Yes. The next speaker, please.
Jacqueline Bulbuck, you have been unmuted.
Hi there, this is Jacqueline Bulbuck from 855 Richmond Street. My views are I will present in a much less structured way than my former neighbor presented as well. I am the owner of the property that is on the other side of the East Laneway. And ultimately my goal is with this, I am ultimately supportive of building some structure and that improves, what is currently there. But my overall viewpoint is that I want to work with them to figure out how it's not as high of a building and maybe set back as far because it helped to hear some of the additional context of the proposal because I don't know the entire context, but it sounds like what the proposal is a large structure set back further that would directly impede my views and some of my sunlight that is directly across from the alley. So overall, looking to work, with them, not against them, in order to figure out how we build a smaller structure that does not impede my views.
Okay, can I ask you a question then, please?
Yeah.
Do you mean that you do not support the current application, what is presented in the current application? You prefer some more time or have go on a deferral for you to work out more detail? Is that what you're asking?
Well, what I'm asking is I would not support what is currently in there, what is currently being proposed, but it's as simple as that. I'm open to hearing what the other views are from other neighbors as well, but I'm not sure exactly what the exact process is throughout this. So.
The other question is, before today's hearing, have you been in contact with the applicants or the owner of this property or the agent? So that to get
No,
more,
I received the letter while I was out of town for almost a month, and so received the letter and followed accordingly to express my interest or my views via email and attend this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any question for this speaker? Yeah, Mr. Bayat.
Just a very quick one. Your house is the one that's adjacent to the lane at the back. It's about 3 to 4 stories tall. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There's no more questions. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker, please. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, those are all the speakers that were registered to speak on both files.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So the applicant, please, can you respond to what the issues, all the issues have been raised, yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for the comments. What I would say is we did try to, we met and tried to negotiate with the adjacent owner at the end of the day, I gave them a proposal to change the top of the building, the 3rd and 4th stories, to set back to allow more daylight. The setback, whether at 0 or 900 millimeters, does not change the fact that there's no view. It's really a daylight issue, not a view and direct sunlight issue. So there's really no significant difference between 0 and 900 in my opinion. However, we did offer to alter the top of the building. At the end of the day, what's in front of us here is not a, you know, it's really an either-or situation. They didn't object to the zero lot line where they currently have a zero lot line. And we can't really, you can't give me a 50-50 decision. It's either or. And so if they don't object to the zero lot line in one part of the property, then it just follows that we need to be consistent. And we believe that we are being consistent, especially with the character of the neighborhood. We're not asking for a height variance, so discussions about height aren't relevant. If you look at, I did submit a simple shadow study which shows that most of the impact of our proposal is in the morning in the front yard, in the midday on the roof of their building, and in the rear yard past, you know, in late afternoon. And you can see that clearly on the diagram that I submitted. Regarding their chimney, I have a photograph if you like, but I would note that their chimney does not go past their own roof line. Whether they said they rebuilt it and so on and so forth, first of all, we don't know what the impacts will be, but secondly, I just visually I can see that their chimney would not conform to the current building code, so I'm just putting that out there. As far as 855 Richmond goes, all I can say is their views are north and south, not west and east, and there are no window openings on the laneway on their unit. And as far as light and so on, her comments about light and views, well, you know, we're in a big city and there are other buildings, and so the cumulative effect of what we're asking for does not dramatically change the fact that we can build a building there, and we can build a building actually even higher if we want. So, and I would also like to say that regarding the comments about FSI, we're here in good faith. We ask that you take our application at face value. So speculation about, you know, the definition of GFA and FSI is as per the city bylaw, and it's not some other calculation that's intimated by the other speaker. So those are my comments.
Okay. Question, Mr. Goss has a question. Yeah.
So the windows on the south side of the adjacent property, there was some comment by the presenter that one of them is right at the zero lot line. So, but is it my understanding from the photos that that one is actually facing towards the street, so it's right at the zero?
No, it's facing south.
It's
So
facing
in
south,
effect,
so
it's
it is
an
going to
illegal-
be completely covered.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, we offered, as part of our negotiation, to pay for installing a window facing either east or west in that location, and they refused.
And do you know what location on the adjacent house that is? What, did it?
It's at, well, basically, you can see there's a little bump out on their building, right? Which is that zero lot line. And in that wall is a window facing south. So that window should never.
On which floor?
On the second floor. So that window should never have existed, you know, one way or the other. It wouldn't have been legal at the time, and it's not legal now. So, but we are trying to be good neighbors, and so we offered to install a window somewhere else, and we didn't get a response.
Understanding that this sort of process can be contentious, would that be something that you would still be willing to do if the committee were to approve this?
Yeah, we're willing to work with the neighbors. I went to their house, I met with Dan and the owners. I then took that back to my clients. I gave them a presentation by email with drawings and so on and so forth. They said it didn't satisfy
No, that's fine. That's in the past. I mean, going forward, you would
absolutely. We
still
want to work with the
on
neighbors.
minimizing that.
My client is going to live in the unit. They're not. This is not speculative. They're building this for their own purposes to live there. We want to be good neighbors. But like I say, unfortunately, we can't. What they want is for us to step back the front of the building, but not the whole building. So my point to you is, it has to be either or. You can't give us one or the other. We're asking for, you know, it is zero lot line, right now. It has been for decades, and we're asking to maintain that condition.
Understand. So can I ask also for the chimney?
Yeah.
Is in the future when you, if you were granted approval, you still will work with your neighbor to
Yes.
to address any kind of issues raised as a result, right?
We, I don't have the copy of the email, but I can provide an email to you where we offered as well to address any potential issues with the chimney flue.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
I trust you in good faith.
Yeah.
That-
Thank you
that I
very
trust-
much, I
yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah.
Sorry, when you say the existing is 0 lot line, we know the existing on the adjacent property is, but the existing bungalow on the property that you're developing, that's also 0 lot line?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually, the two buildings are, the roof of 155 is connected to 157, where they are 0 lot line. So, you know, like, the reality is, yes, there will be challenges in construction. Again, I made the point, that's why we don't want to excavate, you know, 20 feet or whatever the case may be. We want to maintain the existing condition and respect the existing structures on the property. And in exchange, we're asking for, you know, 12 inches on the main floor, but we're not asking for a height variance here, so.
Okay, thank you. Any question? Aaron? Mr. Yeah, Mr. Bayet has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I did have a question, but it's not really just an explanation, I imagine, and I think you've answered it. I did have concerns about the, I think it's variance 4, soft landscaping front yard, but I think you've explained that it's really existing. Keeping that in mind, with the new project that you're planning, you've got a new path in the front indicated on the site plan.
A sidewalk from the sidewalk.
From the sidewalk. Would you be okay with those, a condition that be permeable materials?
Absolutely.
So that it adds,
For sure.
complements
Yeah.
water percolation?
Yes.
That was the only question I really had.
I will say,
oh, sorry.
sorry to interrupt, I will say that most of that pathway is on the city boulevard.
City property, whatever is within your capacity to
Sure.
produce.
I
The
have
other
a-
piece was, sorry, balconies. You've got a 4th-story deck. I'm just wondering if there's a necessity, and I can't quite tell from the drawings, a necessity for privacy screens at all?
Well, we're set back 4 feet from the property line, which is the
From the front.
Which is the bylaw.
How about the sides? I'm thinking more
That's
of
what
the
I mean
rear.
from the sides.
Okay.
So we have a 4-foot
So
setback,
it's
which
set back.
meets the bylaw.
So you
There's
won't
no-
have
Yeah, there's no overlook.
overlook
really
issues? Okay.
One small question, because one of the opposition mentioned a very, very nice magnolia tree.
Yes, it is. It's
You're not
beautiful.
touching it, right?
Of course not, no.
Okay, so just be assured that they're not touching that tree.
And we've made an application to urban forestry, so we
Yeah.
submitted an arborist report, and we will obviously abide by whatever requirements they issue.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes our questions,
Thank
and we are in committee now. Thank you very much, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Bayet, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll start off, notwithstanding any of the concerns that neighbors have presented, just I think immediately south of the subject property, there are a series of what I would describe as townhouses that are, fairly tall, about 3 stories high. Newer properties, including the property that the person in objection or of concern on Richmond Street. These are all new properties in fairly substantial height,
Yes.
fairly narrow properties, but that's the nature of this part of the city. As long as this property, subject properties are not heritage related, I don't see concerns with them, and Heritage has not commented at all.
No.
So there are no concerns expressed by any of the other city authorities. So I am quite comfortable with the application as presented. I think the applicant has given us a reasonable explanation.
So you'd like to put a motion for?
Unless my colleagues have
Yes, we would like,
any
of
other
course, any kind
comments.
of, other comment, yeah, please.
No.
No, Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just comment briefly that,
Yes.
you know, this is a downtown neighborhood, and in the context, adding 4 units of this size, I think, is actually a rather small request in a neighborhood like this. But hopefully there can be some more collaboration with the neighbors about the loss of light to the window on their second story.
Oh, okay, yeah, they said, yeah, I lost all my power here for some reason.
So,
Yes,
I don't want to preempt with a motion, but,
oh, we did a motion.
okay, so I'll move to approve.
Are we going to have 2 motions or 1 per each?
Through you, Madam Chair, all you have to do is one motion for both applications and just list out all the conditions.
All the conditions, yeah.
Okay, so I'll move to approve the application for both 155 Strawn and 153 Strawn, subject to the forestry conditions.
Number 1.
One?
Yeah,
Number 1. And I'm just wondering if the minutes can also reflect that we urge the applicant to continue the dialogue with 157 Strawn about their second floor window that they're losing.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can add that as for the record in the minutes.
Yeah, just in the minutes.
Just for the record.
Yeah, just for the
comment,
record.
yes. Anyone second to that motion, please? Mr. Byett, second. Oh, Aaron, okay.
It's okay, yeah. Either one is fine,
I
thank you.
didn't turn my head fast enough, so I missed you. Mr. Byett,
So
second.
through you, Madam Chair, just the one condition, urban forestry number 1?
Yes, I don't know.
Was there another?
Any other
This
condition?
forestry condition number 1
For
for each
both.
of
For
the-
both,
Yeah,
For
yeah.
both
yeah, that's fine.
properties.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in favor, please. Unanimously approved with condition. Oh, good. Oh, my God. Because I have a little bit of computer issues here, so we take about 2 minutes break or 3 minutes break for, so we come back for.
Sure, let's do 5 minutes.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
we listen to what, yeah, 5 minutes.
We will resume. We will resume.
Okay. Okay, and next item is number 8, and it's 58 Pistain Avenue. And what we have received in our committee is a plan of survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevation, 2 photographs of trees and of the subject property received August 11, and cover letter from Jonathan Hatch received October 18, and comments from staff report received October 18, support, 8 letters in support and signed by the owners of 54, 57, 60, 61, and 62 Pistain Avenue, and 1,637, 1639 Woodbine Heights Boulevard, and then 56 Pistain Avenue, and received October 17. Opposition is from Jason Lane. I received, address is 56 Pistain Avenue, received October 24. And that's all the materials we have in front of us. And let's have the agent, please.
Jonathan Hatch, you can unmute yourself.
Jonathan Hatch for representing. Hi, representing 58 Pistain Avenue. My address is 6 Bishop Street, Toronto, Ontario, M5R 1 and 2.
Thank you. I think we need a presentation from you. You have oppositions. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. The application before you is to alter the existing 1-story, 1.5-story single-family dwelling by adding a new 2nd story, mainly over the existing footprint. This is to create additional living space for a large family. 4 variances are proposed. 58 Pistain is located in the O'Connor Parkview Heights neighborhood. It's an RD residential zone, characterized again generally by 1- and 2-story buildings, as well as infill buildings. If you would pull up my cover letter and turn to page 2. 58 Pistain, our proposal is located between number 56 and a 2-story infill development. And when you get to that photo, I'll show you. 2nd page, please. So in the top photo, our proposal is on the far left. And what you can see is development is happening clearly across the neighborhood. From the small sample size on the immediate street and directly surrounding the proposal, you can see the street is characterized by 1-story as well as 2-story homes of mixed density and styles. We would be neither the tallest nor the largest on the street. Variance 1, the proposal is to match the existing setback of 0.64. However, we have proposed new insulation on the exterior of the building to increase energy efficiency, and that's what accounts for the modest setback of 0.46. Along with, when reviewing the site plan, you'll notice the building was originally built slightly askew and not parallel to the lot line. So that's the slight change in side yard setback that you can see. Variance 2, the proposed height of 8.08 is less than the neighboring home at number 60, so it would be a gradual intensification. Well, number 56 is a bungalow. We are the northern home, which means any potential shadowing effects are minimized. In our research, we've been finding approvals ranging from 7.75 meters in height to 9.3, and we are proposing at 8.08, well within the standard that is being set by the rest of the neighborhood. Variance 3 is for FSI, where we are proposing 0.74. In our research, the immediate surrounding areas, we found proposals requesting 0.72 to 0.79, so we fall in that within 0.74. I would note that we are infilling the corner of the building along with a modest overhang at the rear. So we are attempting to maintain the general footprint of the building as much as possible. Variance 4 is for the proposed coverage of 43%. And you can see our from our site plan, we are infilling the building. So there was previously a deck there, and now it's being proposed to infill for more home for the family. Research in the surrounding areas coverages range from 40 to 45%, so well within what's happening in the neighborhood in terms of trends. We do have support from number 60 and as well as the tenant at number 56. The opposition is from the owner of number 56, but you'll generally see that with 8 letters of support, we have general neighborhood support as well. In reviewing the opposition letter, it's not an owner-occupied home. We do believe that the tenant has the right to support or oppose an application. And they make mention of a fence issue that is, this is an ongoing fence issue. The fence bylaw is not part of the building code or building bylaws, and it wasn't flagged by the zoning bylaw team for that reason. But otherwise, we believe that this is minor in nature and represents appropriate development for the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Do you want to ask question now or hold your, yeah. So let's have the next speaker, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, that was the only speaker for this item.
Oh, I see. That's the only, oh, okay, so questions then. Yeah. Question from Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Agent. I just wanted to ask a quick question with regard to the deck at the rear, the new proposed deck. It's fairly close to, I think it's number 60. Is there a privacy overlook issue that could be mitigated with a 1.5 meter privacy screen?
It absolutely could. At this time, number 60 supports the application and didn't request it. So we didn't, and as a part of the first story, we didn't feel it was required, but I'm sure my client would be supportive of it if required.
Yeah, I think just for long-term, who knows how ownerships change and if and when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So can you give us what edge on
I
what
believe
side?
it's the north side.
North side on this is
on the deck.
On deck,
the rear deck. Yeah.
Okay, north side, privacy screen. Okay. And any other questions, please? Okay, there any questions? We are ready to move it into committee. So you have any more to say, Mr. Hatch?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, we are in committee now. Okay, Ms. Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward application. The original design of the home begs now for the kind of change that is proposed with this application. I think we'll see a lot of it. And we can, from the covering letter that the agent has presented, we do see changes already within the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Immediate neighbor, for example, I think it's number 60.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is quite appropriate as an application, and the only conditions that I might add is the privacy screen on the north side of the rear deck and forestry number 1.
Yes, there's a forestry condition number 1. So do we have a second for this motion, please? Aaron's second, and all in favor, please. Approve unanimously, yeah. So the next item is number 8 on our agenda. The address is oh no, it's not number 8. It's number 9. Sorry, 305 Chisholm Avenue. Can we have this applicant, please? Oh, I have to read the material. Yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. In front of us, we received a survey plan, site plan, floor plan, and elevations. A letter of respondents in concern is from Vesna Barak. and from 303 Chisholm Avenue, we received on October 15. Please, we can have the applicant now.
Committees, can you hear me, please?
Can,
Can you hear me, please?
oh, we can, yeah. Okay, can you repeat? We can hear you. Can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Jerry. I am the engineer of number 305 Chisholm Avenue. Please.
Okay. You can. Do we need a? You have a letter of concern. Maybe you should give us a very brief presentation, please. Yeah.
In order to save everybody's time, the existing is a bungalow for 21 feet width and 30 feet long, and the proposed is going to be a 2-floor houses, which is the size with the same width but longer size to up to 52 feet long, for a 5-person family. I would like to explain the situation now. Is the owner of number 305 had a discussion with the owner of 303 as per that letter sent to the City of Toronto. The problem has been discussed. Here would be the conclusion between those two owners. Number one, the floor plans is to remain. The fence of between these two houses will be removed 10 feet back in order for the owner of 303 to drive smoothly. And the next one is the owner of the 305 will keep the driveway clean in the construction periods. There will be no obstacles for number 303. And during the construction period, if there is any damages to number 303, the owner of the 305 will pay the bills.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to this speaker? Yeah, Ms. Bayer has the question for you.
Just a couple of questions, please. I note
Please.
on some of the drawings, I can't remember which one specifically, but you've got an integral garage. Is that an existing garage?
It is not. It is there is no garage in this house, but there is an. I remember that there is a single garage in the rear yard, but that is very old and that will be completely damaged, removed and rebuilt.
So that adds to my puzzle here that I have. When I look at, just get to the drawing, it's the proposed site plan.
Yep.
If you look at the structure, you've got an image of a vehicle. You've got a driveway, plus you've got
Yep.
an image under the house. Is that an integral garage?
The elevation.
You've got a car in the house, so
The proposed one would be, yes. The existing one, there is no garage inside of this house.
so why is your drawing showing a vehicle, the drawing of a vehicle within the house structure?
Because the proposed one of this, the existing house will change, and there is a single garage will be built inside of this house.
So
That
your-
would be a proposed one.
So your purpose perhaps needs to be changed because it doesn't reflect an integral garage from what I can see, unless I'm reading it wrong.
It's not wrong, sir. The proposed one is gonna be a single garage inside of it.
I forgot you, sir.
Jerry.
Mr. Bayer, Ms. Bayer has asked that the purpose of this application has not mentioned anything about an integral garage, and then we have to address that. In your purpose,
Okay.
there's no mention of that. So the integral garage is in the new proposal, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we have to change that, please. Yeah. And it's a good point. Any other questions? Yeah.
The other question I was going to ask is you've got the single, one-story garage in the rear, the existing one, that's going to be demolished.
Correct.
What will take its place on the ground? Is it just a concrete pad that you're going to leave?
It is an existing concrete pad, but it will be completely different, removed, and it will be planted as grass.
Okay, so that'll be soft landscaping.
Yes, you're right.
The other question I have is you're going to have, given that the purpose is now going to be amended to include an integral garage, you have a driveway that will provide access to the garage. Would you be okay with my requesting that the driveway be produced out of permeable materials?
Sure, no problem. And I can share with you that this proposed driveway will be used mainly for number 303.
No,
But absolutely, I can do that for you.
The driveway I'm
apply for-
talking about is the one that leads into the garage at 305, not 303.
Sure, okay.
Do you see what I'm referring to?
You would like to get the permit for this driveway of 305?
No, if
as
you're
well.
looking at proposed site plan,
Yeah,
you see in the front of the house, you've got a driveway indicated with a drawing of a vehicle.
yes,
So that's the driveway I'm talking about, not the shared one. Not the shared driveway with the neighbor at 303, but this is the driveway that leads straight into the garage that's part of the house.
yes, yes.
So that's the driveway that I'm talking about, that requesting that all be permeable materials.
Okay.
But thank you.
I have one question, actually. Looking at your proposed site plan, you have a car inside the building, which is the integral garage, but also you have another, you're proposing to have a parking space on the driveway, which is occupying part of the city boulevard. Is that your proposal? Is that also in the purpose clause?
That has no need to be parked, to be honest. It can be used, it's either and or.
No, you cannot be either or. You either propose it or you do not, because a parking space in front of a house will trigger some restrictions, right?
Then I will remove this part.
I actually a little bit confused that why the purpose clause will miss the integral garage. Have you discussed this with the planning department, that they know
Yes.
that there's an integral garage being proposed?
Yes.
Okay. But then the parking is not part of the proposal, the parking in front? Or it's not?
It's not a proposal. It's
So
not a
we
proposal.
will-
I
we
can
will-
remove it.
Will be deleted? Okay.
Yes, I will delete it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So,
I'm just wondering, Chair, how the purpose would be amended to reflect the integral garage, the wording of it.
Through you, Madam
Yes.
Chair, it would just read to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing an integral garage, a complete second-story addition, and a two-story rear addition.
Perfect, thank you.
yeah. So, can I ask a third question about the integral garage? Is that, is it a very common feature on the street, or you are the only one, or the majority property have the integral garage in the front? Yeah.
Good questions. I did not do this research. Sorry about that.
No, I can.
Just looking through
Yeah.
now, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
it looks like it would be a minority, but that I see at least one across the street.
Just one, right, yeah. Yeah, the reason why I asked that, because it's missing from the purpose. I do not know whether it is something that is supported by the planning.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Planning Division would have looked at the plans that have been filed, and the plans show integral garage.
Okay, so, all right, thank you very much, yeah. So, I think we finished our questions, and then we are ready to move into a discussion. Do you have anything else you want to say before we do that?
I have nothing to say, Madam.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are in discussion. Oh, Mr. Bayat, that's...
Thank you, Chair. I'll start the ball rolling. Overall, this is not a problematic application at all. I think with the amendment that we've put in, I think it's fairly straightforward. There are no other conditions other than the one that I'd like to add, which is the driveway at the front of the house be produced out of permeable materials.
And also to replace the area that the old garage was to be soft landscape.
Thank you. Correct.
The two
That would be
conditions.
the two conditions.
So anyone second to that motion, please? Mr. Goss seconded, and all in favor? Unanimously approved. Yeah. With the amended application. Yeah. Okay, then let's move to the next item. Number 10 is addresses 62 Stanley Terrace. What we have received is a copy of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation. A cover letter from the agent, from the applicant, and the decision affecting the property, and presentation material from the agent, August 18, and order to comply, issue April 2023, and revised hearing notice received October 5th, and comment by email from Metrolinx and also Transportation Engineering. And opposition is from number 47 Stratford Street, Linda, I cannot pronounce the last name, sorry. And number 43 Stratford Street, Krista and Mark Gatto. Let's have the agent, please.
Saruj Kalustian, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hi. This is actually Sarush Kalustian from HSK Design, but I was,
Excuse me, can you state your name and address, please, for the record?
Yes, it's Sarush Kalustian from HSK Design, 1800 A Avenue Road. However, I am not the speaker for this file today. Somebody else was registered. Franco has been registered to speak on behalf of this file as the planner.
Can we have Mr. Franco then?
Franco Romano.
Franco Romano, you've been unmuted.
Thank you kindly, staff. And Madam Chair, Franco Romano, Action Planning 321 Lakeshore, here on behalf of the owner.
Okay, I think that you have some opposition. Could you give us a presentation, please? You have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you kindly for that. Staff, if you can bring up my presentation slides, please. It's a 12-page slide package. Thank you. If we can go to slide number 10. Slide number 10 is the building permit. So there was a building permit that was issued on April 18th, 2023. And the order to comply is not for the actual construction of the building. It's actually for the removal of more than 50% of the walls of the building. The application and the 3-story building was originally approved in 2020, the Committee of Adjustment. And the building permit was issued on April 18th. And on April 25, the order to comply for that stated purpose of more than 50% of the walls were removed. That is that only 42% of the existing walls remain. And if we can go to the slide number 12, please. Thank you very much. See in the bottom, there's a series of photographs, and these were done before the site was secured. So we'll see that the existing wall on the south side was being retained, and some of the wall on the west and the north have been removed, and that was due to the structural integrity and the structural engineer on site recommending same. In the upper right, we're going to see 62 Stanley Terrace as it existed prior to that construction occurring pursuant to the building permit. So this is Stanley Terrace is a street that abuts a park on the east side, a one-way street moving south. It's in the King and Strawn area. Adjacent properties, abutting properties, are basically the backyards of properties that front onto Stafford. Although if we look at the upper left of this slide 12, see that there are dwellings, semi-detached and townhouses that also front onto Stanley Terrace. These dwellings and buildings currently exist, and they maintain basically a 0-meter front setback to Stanley Terrace, and they have floor space indices in the building mass that are very comparable to what is being proposed. On the opposite side of the subject site, they're basically it's open space and detached garages. The two persons that have written into the Committee of Adjustment are not immediately abutting the subject site, neither on Stanley Terrace, nor on Stafford. We can go to the first page of this slide. Slide number 1 shows the site plan. Thank you. And what I did in this presentation is basically show the Committee of Adjustment plans on the left-hand side and the building permit plans on the right-hand side. They are identical. There is no different building that is being proposed than what was authorized by the Committee of Adjustment before and shown in the building permit drawings. So in the lower right of the slide number 1, you'll see that it's a compact neighborhood. The buildings that are constructed occupy floor space indices and setbacks that are very comparable to the site. Although the site is a bit unique because it's 8.89 meters in width for frontage and 14.2 meters in depth. So many of the zoning standards that apply to the subject site would basically not allow anything to occur on the subject site. So what is being proposed is very much in keeping with the existing physical character and creates no unacceptable adverse impacts. The building permit that was issued, what preceded that building permit was urban forestry clearance for 1 tree on private property to be removed, and there are no other trees or impacts. The Metrolinx conditions of approval, we've already been working with Metrolinx to achieve that easement, and that's basically a noise easement. It's not an actual physical easement because they have transit facilities that may cause noise and impact the property. That's the nature of that condition. In all other respects, it's my submission that what is being proposed here is minor in nature. We've discussed with transportation, who have no concerns, and planning staff, who also continue to support the proposal.
Okay.
We do note that there is landscape variances. And those landscape variances are actually an improvement to what previously existed, and we're happy to have permeable paving materials for the driveway, the parking space, and any front walkway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have other speakers? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have 2 other speakers.
Okay.
The next speaker is Krista Gatto.
So we will hold on to question after. Okay. Mr. Gatto, please. You have 5 minutes, please.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Krista Gatto. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Mark. We're residents of 43 Stafford for the past 15 years. We oppose the application for 62 Stanley Terrace. There, on October 15th, 2023, it's been brought to our attention the proposed changes are far from minor, more importantly, fail to respect the intent of the zoning bylaw. First and foremost, let me express our deep concern over the actions of the owner of 62 Stanley Terrace. The owner initiated the demolition of the existing house without necessary permits, blatantly disregarding multiple stop work orders issued by the city inspector, and proceeded with demolition without obtaining required permits. They even blocked the street access without permits, causing our neighbors considerable inconvenience. This blatant disregard to the city's rules and regulations raises serious concerns and questions about their willingness to abide by the law. It's disconcerting to learn that the owner informed my husband that the initial application made in November 13th, 2020 remains unchanged. This starkly contrasts the information presented in the 2023 revised public hearing notice and calls into question the transparency of this application process. As residents of the South Side, we are deeply troubled by the proposed changes and would leave no space for our south property line. We want the south wall kept in its original location. We are particularly concerned about the southwest corner where our shed, our shed and our fence and our Japanese maple tree is located. The risk of falling ice in the winter. Our daughter uses this area daily, raises safety concerns. This area also serves for parking our cars and adversely affected by these proposed changes. We also strongly oppose the increase of the front east of the building, which is close to the sidewalk. Expanding the property to the east poses safety concerns. Pedestrians obstruct walkways, and losing soft landscape areas to absorb rain, ice, and negative environmental implications. There's an elevator located in the southeast corner of the house, presents concerns about potential excavation, foundation, and vibration issues that could impact the stability and integrity of our property's foundation. The proposed house represents an overbuilding of substantial mass, height, and bulk increase. It will infringe our views, privacy, and those of our neighbors to the north and the west. The proposed first floor dining room window directly facing to our backyard will significantly invade our privacy and compromise our well-being. We also oppose this construction of the upper balcony due to the proximity of the property. It could compromise our privacy and create unwanted overlook onto our neighbor's property. You can see that it is glass on the upper part. We value our privacy, and this proposed balcony threatens our family security and peace. Moreover, we never received a public hearing notice for the minor variance document from the City of Toronto, which left us uninformed about this construction plan's variances and hampers our ability to make informed decisions. In conclusion, the owner's actions, the lack of transparency, the discrepancies in their statements raise grave concerns about this proposed project. We urge you to consider these issues as our opposition when evaluating the application for 62 Stanley Terrace. Thank you for your attention. Thanks.
Do you have any question for this speaker? Yes, we have a question for you. Don't go yet. Mr. Goss has a question. Yeah.
Yeah, did you participate in 2020 when this was previously before the Committee of Adjustment?
My husband did.
Okay, and so you're telling us now, so we're hearing two sort of contrary things, that this is the exact same application, just the variances are different to reflect the fact that more than 50% of the walls are down, but you're saying there actually are some changes. Could you help point out what's different in this proposal versus what you saw in 2020?
Well, what I think originally the south wall, they've kept it up like the old existing wall of the house, of the existing house, or whatever they called it, a cottage. And now they want to remove that, and I'm not sure. we are in like a shared, it's tight. We're on a shared property line. I do not trust that they are going to build the same existing wall. And to be honest, I'm not sure if I can afford a lawyer to, I just do not trust what is happening, considering he actually demolished the house without proper building permits intact. The application was there, but it did not happen. So I'm
excuse
a
me,
lot of things.
sorry, excuse me. Can you stick to the issues that in terms of the plans?
Yeah, and then
we cannot get into the process.
Okay, there's no privacy on the upper balcony either.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, it is the same application, but it is that the construction method is going to be different because that wall is down, but construction isn't really something before the committee, unfortunately. The privacy screen, I think, was something that was in the previous decision, if I'm correct, so I imagine we would probably look at that again.
When we are in the committee, we can raise the comment. Any other questions for this speaker? Okay, let's move to the next speaker, please.
Hello?
Linda Nanku, you have been unmuted.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Linda Nanku, and my family has lived at 47 Stafford Street since 1972, which is 51 going on 52 years. I'm speaking today in opposition to the proposed changes to the property of 62 Stanley Terrace, which we share the north boundary line from their property. I've submitted a very detailed opposition letter with my concerns and support from my neighbors who will be impacted. And just a gentle reminder, I did present at the first meeting, which was heard by the Etobicoke Committee during COVID, and we had 17 neighbors who opposed this construction. I'm sorry, everyone can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, great.
Could you please also just state what is in front of us? What are your concerns with this proposal, please?
Okay. Okay, so I want them to keep the minimum on the north side. They want to reduce the setback, and we want them to keep the minimum setback of 0.9 meters on the north side, because the new changes that they're proposing is going to impact our backyard. And I'm just going to quickly explain why it's going to impact, okay? My mother is 82 years old and uses an assistive device like a wheelchair, and our home inside and outside is fully accessible for our disabilities. We've maintained our backyard in a very large garden so that we can age in our own space. That garden has been around for 51 years. This summer, we lost part of our garden because of their construction work. And they weren't supposed to destroy our garden and our pathway, but they pulled down the trees, which was our privacy fencing on the north side of their property. They pulled down the trees and without permits and authorization from forestry. And that was when we found out they were doing the construction work without permits. It was by decreasing the amount of space between the property and on the north property line, it's going to cast too much shadow and too much runoff water that will affect our crops. And our garden supplements our high grocery bills. I just wanted to also say that 62 Stanley Terrace was a single-family home for the past 51 years. And we've known each family who lived there. And some of them we're still in contact with. This new build by this builder is very large for a single-family home, and it's not going to be affordable once completed. Ordinary people like myself, my kids would never be able to afford this home, especially since they're proposing to increase the footprint of the building itself. It does not need to be further expanded, whereby removing a lot of the soft surfaces around its perimeter to absorb the rain or snow. And it will contribute to increased flooding to neighborhood properties and increase runoff into the city storm sewers, not to mention our walkway, which I'm sure falling ice and snow will affect our accessible walkway, which we use as an exit, as a fire route, as an exit. So if there was an emergency, the fire hydrant is directly outside in the city park from our accessible walkway. Also, I'm in support of my neighbor on the south side, where that wall was never supposed to be removed. And we did get the inspector, we did speak to the inspector, and he informed us, he kept us informed along the way that they were removing the wall without proper authorization. I don't trust this builder. I think that they appear to be conducting their work without, when issued stop orders, they fail to abide by it. And in conclusion, I want to say I'm opposing all the extra changes requested, especially also the ones on the east side, which is the sidewalk. Now, I have a problem with the work that was done at the end of our street on Stanley Terrace, because now those homeowners put their garbage bins on city sidewalk, so a wheelchair cannot be used on the sidewalk. If this build is to come right against the sidewalk there, and this homeowner does the same thing, it's going to prevent our use and our of the sidewalk.
Your 5 minutes is almost up. Can you make your summation, please?
In conclusion, I just want to say that the changes is going to contribute to a loss of privacy, loss of direct sunlight to our gardens, and loss of sidewalk safety. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any question to this speaker? Yes, we have a question for you.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a quick question. I take it this is a very unusual site in that the rear portion of your property, it butts onto somebody's house rather than, I think, well, a number of your neighbors actually have a garage at the back and have a fairly long property, but yours is truncated because of this little house that was there and is now being demolished. Is that something that was there presumably when you moved in, when you bought the property?
Yes, that house was there, and we built our garage in 1972. But because of all of the changes that the city is proposing to laneway housing, there's a lot of people on our street who is turning their garage space into laneway homes or a new build. And that's something that I have in mind too, because I want my kids to live in the city of Toronto, which I'm so proud of. And I'm going to be doing that in the future. So I don't want to have any obstacles that's going to prevent us from doing that as well.
But from what I can see, and maybe I'm looking at the map incorrectly, the proposed structure, or the one that's before us today, is directly behind your house, and sort of splits your property in half?
I believe she's speaking for her parents.
Yes.
Oh, this is your parents' home?
No. This is my mother and I, we live there.
Okay, yeah. So it is a very
My mother
unusual...
is fully disabled.
Yeah, I think there are only a couple of lots on this block that have this sort of split personality.
Well, actually, there has been another home that split their lot, and there is a future one that's going to be, I think it's 33, that's going to be building a 3-story house as well. It's because of all the changes that's in the city, and I'm okay with change. It's just that some of the changes need to respect neighbors and how they have lived their lives. 52 years in our home is a long time.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any
You're
more
welcome.
question for this speaker? No. Do we have any more?
Through you, Madam Chair, those were all the registered speakers.
Okay. Can we have the agent back? Can the agent respond to the issues being raised by the opposition, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for the neighbor input. And just to clarify one thing, the two speakers are not directly behind the subject property. Number 47 is 2 properties north of the subject property, and number 43 is kitty corner to the south. So it's neither of the 2 speakers or those letters are directly abutting the subject property, either to the rear, to the north, or to the south. Like the property mapping illustrates that. If we can go to slide number 5, please, of my presentation materials, you'll see that the rooftop balcony is actually surrounded by a planter. And I've shown in green the planter that surrounds the rooftop balcony, and that's centrally located. And to the south of that balcony or platform, there is the rooftop access structure. So there's no overlook. And you'll see in the upper right in green, in a green box, this is the building permit drawing. That's a requirement for the 1.5 meter privacy screen that the previous Committee of Adjustment approval granted. So we're happy to continue to introduce that condition. The elevator that's being proposed is a hydraulic elevator. It's within the existing footprint, and there's no excavation that's being proposed. I take the comments that I've shown photographs that the south wall is actually remaining there. It's in place. It's not being removed, and that south wall is something that is continued to be maintained. The ground floor, if we go to slide number 7, you'll see that the dining room window, the only window that is shown on that rear elevation, because there are no south side elevation windows. The only window is that lower right window. That is along the rear wall that has a rear yard setback, and that is the dining room window. So that's at grade level, and there's no unacceptable adverse overlook issues. And certainly there'll be a fence surrounding the property to the rear that will continue that mitigation measure. The neighbor at 43 Moscato, appreciate the comment. The actual owner of the subject property, 62 Stanley Terrace, alerted Moscato's husband that the application was coming forward to the Committee of Adjustment. So that neighbor did not, as she articulated, receive a copy of the public hearing notice from the Committee of Adjustment for whatever reason. It might have been Canada Post, but my client actually alerted them. It did indicate to them that it's the same building that was previously authorized and that there's nothing new in terms of the building that's being proposed. So in terms of the accessible walkway and the issues that Ms. Nanku pointed out, none of those are being affected by the proposal. The proposal is to permit construction on the subject property, consistent with the building permit that was issued, except that instead of keeping 50% of the walls, the proposal is keeping 42% of the walls, and therefore it triggers the new dwelling as opposed to a building addition. So in my opinion, there's no unacceptable adverse impact that results. Happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any question for this for the applicant? Yeah, Mr. Bayer has a question.
Just a quick one. If under slightly different circumstance, what you would be proposing sounds like a garden suite, or sorry, laneway suite, presumably, except yours is a 3-story. Would that be a reasonable characterization?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for that. Thank you for that question. One could consider it to be a laneway suite, but this is a public terrace. Stanley Terrace is a public road, and the subject property is a lot of record on a public road. The building that is the existing zoning allows a building to be constructed upon that lot that is 18 meters tall. What is being proposed is 9.7 meters tall. So the proposal is one can certainly consider it to be akin to a laneway suite, but it is a public road and a lot of record.
If you don't mind, would this almost reflect a bit of an anomaly given the fact that most of the other properties, either north and south of your subject property, are the garages of properties that face the other street. I forget the name of the street, but the other street on the other side. So
Stratford.
this is a bit of an anomaly in that the lot is split.
Once again, through you, Madam Chair, thank you for that. Thank you for that question. It is anomalous, but not as a standalone anomaly, because there are 6 other buildings that are 2 properties to the south of the subject site that are constructed in 3-story semi-detached and townhouse construction. So the proposal is for a detached on a lot, but to the south there are 6 other dwellings that have lots that front onto Stanley Terrace and are identical, but for the fact that they are semi-detached and townhouses.
Those are the ones, sorry, I was just looking at the diagram. Just the address on those.
The south.
You're making a reference to 42, 46, 48, and 50 Stanley?
Yeah, there actually there's a few more property that already got split. South of the property is about 10 of them or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Another question from Mr. Goss. Yeah.
I'm just looking for a little more clarification on the overlook from the very top. So if I understand the explanation and I'm looking at the drawings, it's because you're saying there's no overlook because the platform is surrounded by a glass railing and it's kind of towards the middle of the roof. Is that the explanation?
Thank you for that question. If staff can bring up, perhaps instead of, I think it's drawing A3.5, the proposed roof plan.
Yeah.
This is a full drawing instead of the side-by-side that I had presented. There is a glass railing. However, in this case, and thank you, if you could just zoom in a little bit, I'll work from the middle, the white area that's shown on this drawing on the lower side of the drawing. It says stair hall.
Yeah.
And then so this is the access to the rooftop terrace, and we'll see sliding glazed doors. So that's how one accesses the platform. And it's actually labeled as a maintenance platform. We'll see that basically with, in this case, vertical lines. They're going up and down. That is the platform on the roof. And then there is a horseshoe-shaped planter. And it may be hard to read, but if we zoom in on it, we'll see a 10-foot, 1-inch label just above where it says maintenance platform. That says planter. So that is, and it kind of looks like paving stones, but that's landscape material. So that is my apologies, but it's 2 feet 6 inches wide. That's what it says on the plan. And that is a horseshoe-shaped material, I guess, planter box that is going to have that minimum 1.5 meter measurement around. So that is and if we go to the side elevation, we will see that it is identified as a 1.5 meter. Which one it is? Privacy screen.
I have a couple of questions. Are you finished?
Just a quick follow-up.
Yeah, please, yeah.
So the entire flat roof, or at least the front portion, has this metal panel parapet, and so I'm just wondering, you can confirm the actual terrace is going to be restricted to what's within the horse-shaped U. It's not a plan to use that parapet as sort of a railing and the whole flat roof as a terrace.
That's correct. Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. That planter box basically confines any pedestrian that's going to walk out of that access area to that platform that's fully enclosed, basically.
Okay, that's a good question. That's my question too, actually. Yeah, I just, do you know the area of this circle occupiable space inside that U shape?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That platform is just over 3.9 square meters.
Okay,
so it's under the 4 square meters that the zoning bylaw permits.
I have a second question. I got a little bit, can you explain to me? I'm a bit confused. Is that in the last application, you said that there's technically there's not much change except that you tore down more of the wall. But in the last application, it seems that you only have maybe 3 variances. I'm not too sure why this time we have 10, and also why suddenly it will trigger soft landscaping variances. I don't get that transition. Can you explain to me, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I cannot explain why the zone examiner would not have identified landscaping variances before. It's clearly a condition that probably should have been identified as variances before, but you'll see that the building permit was issued with that exact same condition. So it must be and the other variance changes have to do with the fact that it is no longer a building addition. So there are a number of variances that kick in because it's new construction, and it is also, to my knowledge, a different zoning examiner. So it's not uncommon to have different zoning interpretations when different zoning examiners review the project.
Oh, okay. So that's good. After the second review, they find some more stuff, I guess. That's the answer. Okay, thank you. Any other?
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just
okay, please.
Just one more, just briefly. But in the opposition letters, there was a lot of concern about ice from your building, and I'm just wondering if you can just address that concern.
Certainly. Thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair. A flat roof dwelling basically accommodates things that are falling from the sky and generate on the roof in the form of ice in our wonderful southern Ontario climate in a static condition, so it stays on the roof, and I don't see anything falling off of the roof given that it's a flat roof. So the ice will melt on the roof and then drain on into the downspouts.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, right? We are ready to get into discussion. Do you want to say the last things to us before we move into discussion?
Sorry, Madam Chair, is that for me, the applicant?
Yes, please.
Yes, I would commend to the committee that I have spoken to my client, and he's happy to have permeable paving materials for the carport and the driveway and the walkway in the front yard that will help with water percolation. I'm happy to have that as any condition of approval.
You said that with permeable material, is that what?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So now we are in committee. You can start your comment.
Let me, perhaps I can begin. Thank you, Chair. When I saw this application, one of the things that struck me immediately was the fact that this is one of those, as I mentioned, a site that's a bit of an unusual one. Yes. It's truncated. Mm-hmm. It appears that this particular property may have in the past been a garage, perhaps. I don't know, but you know that if you look at the other properties, both to the north and the south, mm-hmm. within a reasonable distance, and not including the properties that the applicant mentioned, mm-hmm. because those properties, actually, the ones right at King Street, they actually have a little bit of a laneway in between them. Mm-hmm. So they don't have anybody behind them. Mm-hmm. In this particular case, this property has a home, number 47 Stafford Street. And that house is within extremely close proximity to this property. And I come back to the question that we used to ask ourselves in previous hearings. If this was a brand-new application before us, would it be one that I would support? And I can honestly say I cannot support this. This is a 3-story structure immediately behind, very close to the house behind it. And of course, the adjacent properties immediately north, immediately south. It's a 3-story structure, so it's a huge structure in a very small space. To me, this is an overbuild. It's an overkill. So I cannot support this particular application.
Any comment? Yeah, Mr. Goss, yeah.
So I do take a bit of a different view. I think that test is the right one. We're considering this new application, and so we have to feel that we're in support of it now. The fact that there was a previous application and construction shouldn't be relevant. But I look at this as a street in a downtown neighborhood that's facing a park that I actually think the entire street is eventually going to transition to this built form, and I think that's desirable and in keeping with some of the expanding housing in neighborhoods initiatives, and it's in keeping with the official plan. And so, to me, it is supportable. I agree with you that we have to consider it as its own application, but I do think it's supportable.
Okay. Any comment from you, Aaron? You want to?
Yeah, so I was actually checking the address a couple of times too when I was preparing this case. I thought, did I checked the wrong address? Are you sure it's right here? So then I look at the site plan confirming, yes, it's correct. And it's a very interesting place. There are some similar streets. They're usually on the Leslie Field side and the east side of the UP due to the history of the development of Toronto. And I think there are already precedent cases with houses facing the street where the main door is. And because the opposite side is a park, and I think there are opportunities here to intensify. And if we are looking at a new application, I would be supporting this application. I think it is not normal in a typical Toronto setting, but with this particular one-way street and a huge park in the front, I think it is pretty acceptable. There are already large development which is closer to King Street West. There's a townhouse development with 3 stories. Immediately adjacent to it, there's also 2 Sammys. There's also a 1-story house facing a park. I think this is supportable as long as it meets the conditions that we're going to apply to.
Okay, thank you. I also would like to say that I think although it's unusual, but in downtown, I know precisely a street called New Jersey Street, which is the annex. It's precisely, the laneway is quite wide, and then it's got named as Jersey Street because it's got some garages and some new build, and it's a mixture of different things. And I see this one has got the potential to be the whole back will, as some of the opposition even themselves say that they will build laneway houses along the park. So I think actually garages is not not very pleasing to look at. But I hope that there's some form of housing or improve for the streetscape on that park side. So I don't have any problem with the strangeness of the site. And I think that a 3-story downtown, waiting downtown is a proper development. So I can also support this application too. So we need a motion, please.
I guess I'll make a motion to support or approve this application.
Yes. The way we don't.
I don't see any condition. There's no.
I don't think so.
I'll second, but the condition that I would add is that, that any hardscaping be of a permeable material, since that was something the applicant was willing to do, and I think is an
Right.
improvement.
Yeah,
And
that's a good point,
I would
yes.
also request a condition that will tie to the roof plan, because the roof plan shows the limits of the terrace size.
Correct, yes. So, yes, the motion will tie with two conditions. The first one is all open space on the ground will be permeable paving, and the roof plan will be tied to the application as well.
Okay, great. So I'll second it on that basis.
Okay, all in favor? All dissent? Mr. Bayat dissent. It's 3-1. Okay, we're ready for the next item. Is item 11. Address is number 8, alfresco lawn. The committee have received a survey, a site plan, floor plans, and elevation, and 15 photographs of the subject property, and a cover letter from David Smith, October 16th, email from David Smith, October 16th, and the staff report from urban forestry. There's a urban forestry condition. So we are ready for the agent, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Smith. I'm here representing the homeowners at 8 Alfresco Lawn. My address is 401 Craven Road here in Toronto.
You're a little bit weak, the sound. Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
Yes, how's that? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Do we have any other registered speaker? No. And I don't see there's any opposition, so I will ask the panel whether they want to have a presentation first. Do we want a presentation? No one saw any interest in a presentation. So, Mr. Smith, can you tell us things that you want to say before we move into discussion?
Sure, Madam Chair. Very briefly, I think this is a pretty straightforward application. It meets the 4 tests. It's not reflected in the submitted materials, but I can speak anecdotally that we did speak to both neighbors to either side. We weren't able to get letters in submitted by Wednesday, but I can confirm that they are of support. Obviously, that's reflected by the fact that nothing was submitted in objection, but I just wanted to make that clear. We've worked with city planning, and I've submitted a series of precedents that demonstrate the appropriateness of the variances being sought. I'll leave it at that because I know you guys are trying to move quickly.
No, we try to move accurately and properly. Thank you very much. So now we are in committee. Yes.
I do have a question for...
Oh, sorry, we have a question. Come back. Sorry, Mr. Bayat has a question.
Applicant, I wonder if you could just speak to variance number 4, because this is a significant ask in terms of soft landscaping.
Absolutely, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. There was actually documentation submitted between myself and city planning because planning reached out with the same concern. I basically explained to them, and I can go through the same 5 points now if you like. Although I appreciate it, it's a larger ask than what planning and the panel are used to now. This property is quite unique for a number of reasons, and I think it's still appropriate. If staff could bring up the site plan, which is the first page of my drawing set, I'll just go through the same quick, there you go, yeah, the same quick points that I pointed out to Cameron, who is the city planner. So importantly, to start, it's worth, again, to understand that this is an exceptionally small lot, so we're already quite tight to the front. For what it's worth, the proposed dwelling unit is actually set further into the property than what is existing now, so we are improving the soft landscaping. It's also worth noting that Alfresco Lawn, to the south of it, is the beach. So there is no concern that additional water flowing down from the property is going to flood anybody. And I think more importantly, it's worth noting that there's about 35 feet of grass city boulevard south of the building. So any water that we may not be able to control on our property has a good amount of space to be dealt with naturally. And then the last thing I'd point out is just that there is no basement to this building because of the nature of the soil this close to the beach. So everything under that front veranda is effectively soft landscaping in the sense that it'll be a deck structure that's floating, but it'll still help with water absorption. So all those things in combination, city planning thought that the 34% was appropriate, although I appreciate it is more than we want to approve regularly.
Thank you. Just a quick question for you. That you've got a driveway indicated. It says new interlock driveway. The front, would that be permeable? Or could we add that as a permeable requirement?
The vast majority of it is existing. I don't know if the desire was to rip it all up just because it's an unfortunate waste of materials.
Yeah.
But for the new portion, 100% we'd be supportive of it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? So no other questions. We can get into discussion, please. Comments, motion, please. Yeah.
I think we kind of motion to approve with the condition that tied to the site plan, so we can confirm the interlock paving will be intact with the construction. And I understand that the property line is right almost at the front of the house, so variance is acceptable.
Okay. So are you in support of?
Yes, please, in
Do you have a
support.
motion?
It is a motion, please,
Oh,
yes.
it's a motion to approve with the conditions. I will say that the title site plan where the new portion of the driveway will be permeable material and with forestry condition number 1, I think.
Number 1, correct, yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So anyone second to that? Mr. Bayer second that motion. All in favor? Approved unanimously. Thank you. The next one is item 12 is 280 Withrow Avenue. We have received a site plan, a survey, floor plan, elevation, and 9 photographs of the property, and presentation material from the agent October 3rd, and also from email correspondence from Metrolinx. Please have the agent. Do we have registered other than the agent?
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't have anybody else registered to speak. I do have Shamil on standby.
Okay, Mr. Samuel, we are ready for you. You have 5 minutes, please. Yeah. And
my name is Shamil Qureshi. I am speaking from 2275 Lakeshore Boulevard West, Toronto, Unit 224.
Okay. I will check with the panels whether they want to have a presentation or they go straight to questions. Do we need a presentation? No, we do not need a presentation. We might have questions. Okay, just wait. Do we have questions? Yes, Mr. Bayer has a question for you.
Just looking at your, I think it's the south elevation and the west elevation, the deck at the back. It definitely looks like you've got overlook issues. I can't tell from your drawings what the height of the deck sidewalls are, but I was wondering if we could add a privacy screening to 1.5 meters on, I believe it's the east and west sides?
East and west, okay.
Yes, that's not a problem. We can absolutely do that.
And I think it's both, there's, what have I got, a third floor rear deck, a rear balcony, and the first floor deck, which is above grade. So the balcony at the third floor, I can't quite make out. I'm looking at the west elevation. You can't really see a balcony there, but maybe the east elevation shows it. I don't.
Maybe.
The west elevation proposed shows it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it would then apply to the balcony as well, privacy screens?
And both first floor and the third floor, right?
First, yeah,
Okay.
the rear deck,
And-
which is on the first floor, I believe, and then there's the third floor rear balcony.
Mhm.
And I believe it's the east and west sides.
Yes, okay. All right. Any more questions? Any other questions, please? If we don't have any other questions, we are ready to get into discussion. Do you have any more you want to tell us, please? No? Okay, we are in discussion, yeah. Okay, Mr. Bai. Yeah.
Perhaps, Chair, if I may, I'm ready to move a motion to approve the application with the condition for privacy screening on the third floor rear balcony, first floor rear deck,
Mhm.
both on the east and west sides to a height of 1.5 meters.
Okay, anyone second to that motion? Aaron, Mr. Chen, yeah. Second. Yeah. All in favor? Unanimously approved. Okay, thank you. Number 13, address is 47 Lincoln Boulevard. We have received copy of survey floor plans and elevation and revised site plan received October 18, and 2 photographs of trees and, on the property, and decision affecting the property, and email corresponding from Pamela Pan, the agent, received October 18th, and supporting material from Pamela Pan received September 22nd. We have also a staff report from Urban Forestry and also transportation. So do we have any other registered speaker other than the, okay, can we have the applicant, please? Yeah. Or the agent, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Pamela Pan. My address is 16 Rexford Road.
Mhm. Okay. So I'm going to check with my panels whether they want to have a presentation, because you do not seem to have any opposition. So do we want a presentation from this applicant? No, they don't seem to need a presentation. So we are ready to move into discussion. Oh, Mr.
Sorry, just a
Bayat.
question for the applicant.
Oh, there's a question from Mr. Bayat, please.
Yes.
Applicant, are you aware of the transportation services condition that they've applied?
Yes, I have read, and also I have submitted a revision of the site plan by doing a 3-meter wide driveway from the property line to the sidewalk, to the street.
Thank you. And just another question, bear with me a moment while I just get your site plan.
Yeah.
I think I had a question related to the driveway. What
Mhm.
materials are you using for that driveway? It's not indicated. Would you be okay with a condition that the driveway be produced out of permeable materials?
Definitely, yes.
Thank you.
I do have one question for you. Okay, when the staff report have asked you to reduce the driveway width back to 3 meters. So what are you going to do with the extra area that you're going to convert it back to soft landscaping? Because my question is, if you do that, well, you only have 1% deficiency. Will that eliminate variance number 2?
Just answering your question, Madam, and we are not going to reduce the driveway on the property because it is in a wide garage door, and they are planning to park a car, maybe even future a small scooter. So that would be hard to do it. And also on the street, you can see many houses having the the wide driveway as wide as the door. So what we have revised is only to have 3 meter in width, the driveway from on the city's property from the street to the property line. That is the side revision. So we are still asking for this variance, but we do have gesture try to accommodate the transportation authority.
No, the transportation did not say any of that. I think the transportation is asking you to reduce the overall width to 3.2 meter, not just the city boulevard bit.
Yes, I understood. We understood. So I have discussed with the property owner, and we could not really do it, unfortunately.
What do you want the extra bit for, that you cannot do it? I just want to know.
Yeah, because that garage door, if you see the elevation, it is wider than 3 meters, and also that when you park the car, go into the garage, because it's a small space, it's hard to move around for day in day out uses. So by maintaining the width we are asking for, that would give them easy daily life. That's the reason. So we are hoping still get this variance approved, and also that last kind of adjustment application, we didn't have any difficulties.
What? I'm sorry, I missed the last comment. What's that?
I'm trying to say that if you see my supporting material submitted September the 19th, and it has a background of proposed design construction. The reason is that we did get kind of adjustment approval in 2022. Subsequently, we obtained all the permits required to renovate this house. But because of the soil condition, and it's so soft, that the structural engineer has to reinforce existing footings by using helical tiles. It is so expensive. That's why they just scrapped all what they asked for, and then do the brand new single family dwelling, and that saved the cost and also gave us room, opportunity to improve some variances and also eliminate some variances. But what I'm saying is last building permit we got is having the same driveway width rather than 3 meters. So yeah, this is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I understand.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, please, Aaron. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to let the applicant know that this is not a variance you're asking. This is a condition tied to the approval of your variances. And this condition is recommended by the Transportation Department based on the city standard. I have a very strong feeling that we have to attach this, and even if we don't, there will be an appeal coming from the city, which will waste more of your time. So I'm just being nice and show you that what will happen, very likely. And the question right now is, are you willing to accept this condition? If yes, then the chair is asking whether you can remove the variance from 49 back to 50. Because very likely, if you have to follow this condition, you will have to increase the landscape. So it's a very simple yes or no question so that we can make a decision later on in the committee. Just please answer us.
I would say yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. That's great. That's all we need to know.
All right. So any other questions? Okay, we are in committee now. I can make the first comment because I'm waiting. I heard the reason about the wider driveway in their properties. Basically, they just want to have a wider driveway. That's the reason. I think the transportation point out a very strong recommendation, and I think that 3.2 with a wide driveway is very reasonable for everybody. So I will support Aaron's idea of refusing variance number 2 and reduce the adopting the transportation condition, but extra condition is that the extra, what do you call it, the extra bit of area to be converted to soft landscaping?
I think as long as
I'd like to have some more soft landscaping.
So through you, Madam Chair, are you refusing variance number 1 then, associated with the driveway width?
No, that one, oh, yes,
we cannot enforce them to go beyond that.
Refusing variance number 1. So what I'm trying to, I'm more concerned is that then there will be more space, which is not going to be a driveway. I think that area should be soft landscaping. What do you think, Mr. Bayat? Yeah.
Just a quick one. I'm just looking again at the transportation condition, and the second paragraph says, for the above noted variance for a single car space, maximum allowable driveway width will be 3 meters on the public right of way.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's on the public right of way, and I think what the applicant had indicated is they're okay with that, if I'm not mistaken. But
No,
that doesn't impact the width of the driveway, which is variance number 1.
I don't
I don't
think
know.
that they.
Because
that
you have
they-
to read at the end as well. It has to align with the garage door. So that means the whole driveway has to be 3 meters wide. Just all we need is just to apply it as a condition. And let the city staff to review the plan and confirm the details. That's all we have to do. And I think an idea of asking them to do more landscape than the variance allow, I don't know if we have the authority to do that.
My understanding is this, Mr. Bayat. If we refuse variance number 1, means that they have to build a driveway even on their property is 3.2, right? They're wider. But if we also impose the transportation conditions, that means that on the boulevard side, they can only have 3 meters.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my
I think
understanding. Yeah.
Both are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to agree that that's where I would go, because I'm not sure that the wide driveway is appropriate for the site, and I think the transportation condition alone does only have to do with between the boulevard, but I think what they were saying they were accepting was only between the sidewalk and the street, which might not be the full boulevard. I'd have to check.
Yeah.
So we've kind of got 3 things, what they'll accept, which is between the sidewalk and the street, then the boulevard, then the whole driveway.
Yes, I think that's very clear, actually, if you adopt the condition and also refuse number 1.
And also refuse number
and
1.
it was clear that how much they can build.
But I don't think we have to say anything much more about softscaping, because it'll be obvious.
No, I think we should.
Okay.
Otherwise, they will put some kind of paver there.
Okay, I
And then
see.
there will be another parking
No,
area.
that's a good point.
Yes, I think that the clause is that the condition is the residual area besides the driveway and the walkway will be converted back to soft landscaping. That's my condition. And, okay, do we have?
I would just soften that condition to let them have a walkway to their house,
No,
right?
I said that except.
Oh, you did?
Excluding
Okay.
all the walkway.
Oh, sorry,
and the stair.
my mistake.
I'm actually nice.
I just asked a question to the Deputy Secretary, Sabrina. Can we ask the applicant with a condition that goes beyond what the variance allowed? So because let's say if the soft landscape is right at 50%, so that variance is okay. And there is still some leftover space, which I think the applicant has the right to not put soft landscape over there. Are we allowed to ask them to do that as well?
My opinion before, Serena, I think we can.
So through you, Madam Chair, right now, variance number 2 is for front yard landscaping, right?
Yes.
And they are deficient.
Yeah.
So they may be able to gain some space there regarding the driveway width, if they meet that 3-meter maximum, which may not take them completely to the minimum 50% of front yard landscaping. If they have more than that, then that's great.
Yes.
But then they're meeting that requirement, and that variance wouldn't be required at all. So it's a better case scenario.
Mhm. Erin, I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, there's some certain thing we can enforce. I think this we can because we.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that they won't come back and say it's not enforceable.
Second, because a lot of things are not that they don't have to do. For example, permeable paver, we can put it as a condition, right? So it's not that the law asks them to do it. We request with exchange that we approve the application. I think
Okay.
that's-
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a motion? Is it clear?
Sure, I'll move that we approve this subject to forestry condition number 1, that the driveway is, that we adopt the transportation staff report condition, and that the approval is for all variances except variance number 1, which will be a refusal. And that it be permeable material used for the driveway.
Okay, are we not touching variance number 2, the landscaping? Are we refusing or keep it?
I don't think it mattered. What was it that, there was also the landscaping condition we discussed. So,
Yes.
And also on the condition that the landscaping between the driveway.
Yes.
From the, I'm trying to word it properly, that the landscaping be soft landscaping that is additional landscaping between the driveway and the house, with the exception of space for a walkway.
Yes.
And then I think we can approve number 2 just in case, but so long as that condition on the soft landscaping is there.
Okay. Yeah. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear.
Yeah. So anyone second to that motion? Oh, Mr. Bayek second. All in favor, please? All in favor, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And do we need a break or you want, it's almost it's 1 o'clock. Do we want to have a break or we just continue?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have 2 registered speakers in opposition for the next item.
Okay.
And then we are into item number 15, where there is 7. So perhaps maybe we continue with item number 14 and then
Okay.
take a break?
Okay, let's go for item number 14. The address is number 6 Shipman Street. We have received a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation.
My name is Graham Asquith. My address is 123 Front Street.
Oh. Sorry.
Hi, Graham. Just hold off for a second while we read the materials list, and then we'll ask you to introduce yourself again. Just hold on for 30 seconds, please.
No problem. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So we have email correspondence from Metrolink, and we also have concern letter from Sarah, Sabda, from 84 Maria Street, that's easier, and from Frank Grich, 78 Maria Street. So let's have the agent, please. Yeah. Okay, you can start introducing yourself and your address, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As previously stated, my name is Graham Asquith. I'm the planning coordinator here at our house, located at 123 Front Street. We are a development company representing the applicant and owner, Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust, for the variance proposals at 6 Shipman Street.
So
Currently on.
I do not know, do we have any other speakers?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have 2 speakers in opposition on standby.
Okay, so you do have proposition. Please give us a presentation. You will have 5 minutes, please. You can start now.
Thank you. Currently on site, there's a 1-story home which has fallen into disrepair prior to our client's acquisition of the site. Due to the current condition of the structure, occupancy is infeasible at this time. As such, a new 2-story duplex has been proposed. The proposed duplex would be owned by the Neighborhood Land Trust, while operated by the YMCA, providing 2 new affordable housing units, providing desperately needed rental stock to the community. Due to the unique nature and size of the site, a number of minor variances are being sought today. Existing zoning in conjunction with the lot size would make it impossible to construct any structure on the lot without these variances, as required setbacks alone are larger than the site itself. The proposed building, however, is a significant improvement upon the existing conditions, providing more generous setbacks and landscaped areas, in addition to replacing the current building with a new structure in good repair. The proposed building suits the character of the neighborhood, conforms to the general intent of the prevailing bylaw and official plan, as on a larger site with the same zoning, the development would be as of right. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
We may hold the question to you now. We would like to listen to the other speakers first. I think we are ready for the next speaker.
Carmen Bain, you've been unmuted.
Yes. My brother Frank Reck has submitted a letter on my parents' behalf. And he'll be speaking. If you can.
Sorry, can you state your address and your full name, please? Yeah.
Sure. My name is Carmen Bain. I'm at 129 The Westway in Toronto. And I am, my brother Frank Reck has submitted a letter on our behalf, and he will be speaking on our behalf.
Okay, so I see okay, he's connected. Mr. Bain, you have 5 minutes. Please start now. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think Carmen wanted Frank to speak, so we're going to move on to the next speaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's do that then. The next speaker then. Yeah.
So, Frank Greach, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Frank Greck, and I'm calling on behalf of my parents, who are the owners of 78 Maria Street. The letter of concern that we have posted to the file is, just to be clear, we are not in opposition of the project. We are fully happy with what they're planning to do. Our concern more lies with the process of demolition and construction and how it's going to affect our parents whose property is abutted to the proposed project.
Yeah,
you can see in my letter. Yep.
Sorry, can I interrupt you? I just would like you to know that committee adjustment can only deal with minor variance application. Any issues concerning demolition, constructions, and any other thing, we can listen to them, but you know that we do not have mandate to comment on those. And then if you do have some concern on the planning issues, we would like to hear those first. Thank you. Yeah.
You mean as far as having issues with the variance?
Planning issues is almost laid out in the application that they are looking for 3 variances. And those 3 variances is concerning the planning issues. And then if you do have comment on those, we would like to listen to those first.
Yeah, no, we don't. We do not have any issues with the variances. We have issues with how they're going to displace my elderly parents. And if you look at my file that I sent in and the pictures that I sent in, you can see where our issues lie. that building sits within 2 feet of where my father parks, it's going to be demolished, and therefore his car will not be able to be parked there. So we just want this on the record as far as that's concerned. Now, Graham, the applicant, emailed me last night to alleviate some of these issues. He did alleviate one of them. But the second issue, and the most important one, is about displacing my father's parking. When that building gets demolished, we'd like that to be on the record. So we'd like a solution for him so he's not displaced. You're talking about a 90-year-old male here with a heart condition, and he's having sleepless nights about this project. So we just want it to be on the record. And I'm not sure if this is the proper place to go with. Now, I will be speaking to Graham after this call, just to talk to him more about my second concern, but I was told to initially send this to the Committee of Adjustments. I actually inquired, and they told me to submit this to you guys.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that maybe our Deputy Secretary Treasurer can help us to direct them to, if they have other concerns other than the committee minor variance application, there are other departments that they can go.
Through you, Madam Chair, if there's any questions regarding construction at the time of construction, then they can reach out to the building division. That would be it for this application.
Yeah. So okay, that's all we can say right now. And then, do you have any comment about the impact that you have from the 3 variances that they are asking for? Otherwise, we'll move to the next speaker if you do not have any more concerns. Okay, can we move to the next speaker?
Through you, Madam Chair, those were all the speakers, so we'll flip it back to the agent.
Okay. Please, we can have the agent back, and can you respond to the concerns raised? Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. As Frank noted, I have reached out to him already, and I'm happy to discuss this further offline if the need be. Most of his concerns stemmed around his father's parking space. As I've confirmed with him already through our communication yesterday, we're not intending to occupy any lands in front of his parking space or where his car is currently parked during demolition or construction. Happy to discuss the details a little bit further with him, but we don't intend to have any impact on that parking space at all.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? There's no more questions. We are going to move into discussion now. We are in committee. Okay. Mr. Bayat, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I think this is a very commendable project, and it is a very unusual site. Yep. So there's some constraints just given the site. The impact, I believe, will be minimal. Mm-hmm. I think the applicants are quite considerate of the needs of the neighbors. I do not see any issues with this particular application. Mm-hmm. There are no conditions attached. Mm-hmm. I believe the new structure will be on the existing footprint, mm-hmm. so I don't think it's any expansion. No. So with having said all of that, I'd like to move approval with no conditions. Okay.
Before I ask anyone to second it, I also like to make a comment. What I really like this proposal is that where they have really affordable units, and the ground floor unit is for barrier-free. And I think that it is something that we have not done enough on this issue. So that's why I think this is a very supportable application. So do I have someone to second by Mr. Bayat's motion, please?
Aaron already did.
No, I just want to comment.
No.
Oh, someone? Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I would have seconded, but I didn't want to.
Aaron seconded. Yeah. Forgot. forgot to turn my neck, right? Okay, Aaron's all in favor.
I'll buy you a mirror.
Yeah, no, there's no conditions either, right? Okay.
No conditions.
All approved unanimously, yeah. And Aaron, okay, so we're going to take how long a break?
Through you, Madam Chair, do you want to take a 15-minute break and then come back?
I'm open, I don't. Yes, that
Yeah.
sounds
10
good.
minutes? 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to break for 10 minutes. We'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Aaron. Totally, eventually drop all this.
Yeah, no, I was happy to second it because I also thought that was a great proposal.
Yeah.
Aaron had already put his hand up, so. So what time is there usually a lunch break? Oh, so you don't get through everything that's on the morning docket and then.
Is that for like a further screen? Yes. I have an answer for you.
Do you know who can initiate a deferral? Is it the applicant only that can?
Anyone can initiate a deferral.
Can anyone but that?
Anyone can request a deferral, but it's up to the committee members ultimately to decide to grant the deferral. So,
So if an applicant requests it.
the applicant can request it, somebody speaking in opposition, anybody can request a deferral.
Can the people in opposition say no, that they don't want that to occur?
So usually what happens in previous hearings that I've been at is that they'll poll everyone who's registered to speak if they're in favor of of a deferral, and then they'll most often when that happens, they'll grant the deferral.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's an option that is available to
Yeah.
you.
Not that we want that, obviously, because everyone's been here for, the morning and part of the afternoon already, so.
Yeah.
I think that everyone wants to just proceed with it, so that's probably gonna be the case.
One of the registered speakers heard that we're gonna break for lunch, so she's gone home hoping to get there in time for us to restart, so. That was Tina Wassenaar.
We're not breaking for lunch.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, but that person isn't. I don't see that person.
Tina Wassenaar, she's right there.
Sorry, I don't see that person like on standby.
No, she just left because she was here physically.
Oh, okay.
And she had to go home because she had to see some. We understood you were breaking for lunch, Madam Chair, so one of our speakers left to go home, but we hope she gets home in time to log on because she had some. That's okay, but so I don't know if we put her last, so.
She's last, so
okay.
yeah. So there might be time.
You guys work hard. I can't believe
Oh,
you're
really?
going through, yeah.
Oh,
You guys are
thank
really
you.
hard.
It's a long day.
It's a long day.
It is muted. It's just that. YouTube picks up the audio of the room, even if it's muted. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yes, we are countdown now. 12. Okay, Aaron, are you there? Oh, okay. Okay, the next item is number 15. The address is 77 Withrow Avenue. In front of us, we have a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, and 4 photographs of the trees of the on the property. An email from Stephen Shelton, the arborist. And the arborist report we received September 7th. And map depicted engagement by neighbors and application from McLean, the owner, and also record of consultation from McLean, the owner. Presentation, can someone turn off their cell phone, please? The presentation material from Joseph Dump, the agent. And we have staff report from Urban Forestry, council's letter. We have support, 4 letters of support. I will, is 2 from Withrow Avenue and 2 from Riverdale Avenue. We have quite a few number of oppositions. So do I have to read all the addresses? Yeah, there are quite a few, about, I will count here more or less about 20 opposition letters. So let's start. Can we have the agent, please?
Franco. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Franco Romero here on behalf of the owner, 321 Lakeshore.
Yeah. You do have quite a few opposition. I think we need a presentation from you. So you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Staff can bring up my, I guess I have a 3-slide presentation.
Do you know what page number? Or?
Excellent. There we go. So, thank you very much. Oh, just lost it. There you go. Very good. Toggling in between. Appreciate that. So number 77 Withrow Avenue is located on the south side of the street, and we'll see in this air photography and even on the mapping that the site is located within an area that consists of detached, semi-detached townhomes. So a number of building types. The architectural styles are varied, and they do reflect original first-generation homes as well as regeneration in the forms of new construction, building additions, and some brand new builds. You'll see that 3-story buildings in sloped dormer as well as within gambrel roof, fairly flat roof style from the front to the back, commonplace, and that buildings do not create a uniform front and rear wall condition. There's some variation and undulation in front and rear walls. The building length or depth that's permitted also differs. For a detached house, it's 17 meters, and for a semi-detached, it's 17 meters, and for townhomes, for example, it's 14 meters. So it's not uncommon to have different building lengths and depths. What is being proposed in this instance is a building addition. And if we go to the next slide, please, slide number 2, we'll see that the site plan shows the existing building, existing front porch. Much of that is remaining, so there's no change to the setbacks. The rear 1- and 2-story building addition is sculpted. So we'll see some cantilevered, but of importance to a mature neighboring tree, which is shown in the upper left, I guess, of this the site plan drawing is that there's no excavation that's occurring within the tree protection zone as it's associated with the building addition to the rear. And you'll see that the sculpting of the building in the rear in terms of the building footprint respects that tree, and there's no impact relating to the roots. So we've worked with urban forestry and the arborist and taken into account the neighbor's arborist recommendations. And we're fully supportive of preserving that tree and minimizing impacts and perhaps not having any impact whatsoever on that tree. In terms of building setbacks, all building setbacks are being respected. They all are zoning bylaw compliant and larger, and that includes the rear addition and the south, and both on the east and the west sides. There is, and one is permitted 0.45 to 0.9, depending if there's fenestration. And what is being proposed is, for example, 2 meters on the south, on the east side, and 0.62 meters on the west side. The variance, if we go to the next slide, we'll see that the variances are quite minor in nature. I've read and seen a lot of correspondence saying that this is an overbuilt. In my opinion, that cannot be further from the facts that we see in the proposal. Look on the first row, those are the floor plans. So we'll see that it is sculpted, and the third floor is basically replacing the existing third floor. It is a little longer, and it's in dumbbell fashion, and it's within the middle of the building footprint. And it's done in dormer fashion. So if we go to the lower, in the second row, on the left-hand side, we'll see the front elevation. And if one looks at the dwelling today, that front porch, first floor, second floor, both of which are just 8 feet or 8 feet 10 inches, that's existing, that's remaining. Third floor in that gable that exists, the 2 dormers on either side, we'll see on the 2 right-hand images in the middle of that of this slide. So on the right-hand side, the west side elevation, there's no variance for that dormer, no variance for wall height. In the left, the second image from the right, there is a green or blue or aqua illustration of the variance for the wall height on the east side, and that is 9.36 meters for 68% of the width of the wall, whereas 8.5 meters is permitted. And on a lot of this nature, this is not an uncommon variance. We'll see actually existing houses, including first-generation houses that are larger. One has permitted an overall building height of 11 meters. So if the front, and if we look at the back elevation, which is just to the left of that image, you'll see that the second story.
Your time is up. Can you do a quick summation? Is that all?
The second story addition in the back is lower. So what we'll see is that the proposal is supportive of staff. We're happy with the urban forestry condition, and it's my opinion that the 4 variances are minor in nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we will hold our question to you until we heard the other people's spoken. So let's have the first registered speaker. Yeah.
Lise Purdy. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Les. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please grab a seat. Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
I just remind all the speakers that when you come up to speak, just state your name and address, so I don't have to repeat that request. Okay.
My name is Les Peterdy, and I live with my wife and 3 children at 75 Withrow, right next to 77 Withrow. Good morning, committee chair and members and city staff and my fellow neighbors in person and on the line. Mm-hmm. We submit that this application meets none of the 4 tests that the committee weighs when evaluating an application. We submitted our letter of objection on October 5th. It is letter of objection number 6, and I will refer to it, the pictures in it this morning. Firstly, this application for 77 Withrow is too important to be considered minor. The applicant is requesting a 3-story, 21.5-foot extension. I refer the committee to the 16 letters of objection submitted on the COA website and the petition signed by 52 neighbors in the immediate vicinity representing 33 homes to suggest that this application is significant. Our councillor in Ward 14, Paula Fletcher, has also submitted a letter to the committee stating that, quote, "This may represent an overbuild of a single-family home on this site," unquote. The mass height and bulk of this proposed addition does not fit in with the character of the existing houses and will severely impinge on sunlight and privacy of surrounding neighbors. We have 3 side windows that are original in the narrow alley next to 77 Withrow that will lose virtually all sunlight as a result of the 21.5-foot extension. Pictures 1, 2, and 3 in my letter of objection show the view from those original windows. Picture 4 shows the view from the kitchen on the main floor, and picture 5 is the view from the 3rd floor bedroom. Both of these rooms will also lose sunlight. Pictures 6 and 7 show how narrow the alley is, which is 2.5 feet at its narrowest point. This request is also not minor, as it is too large. The applicant is asking for 32% additional GFA above the bylaw. Currently, the depth of 77 Withrow is 12 feet short of 75 Withrow. A 21.5-foot extension will push the end of 77 Withrow 9.5 feet past the depth of our building. Secondly, this proposal is not an appropriate development or use of land or building. The city's official plan speaks to sustainability and environmental protection. This proposal reduces backyard green space, reduces sunlight and airflow between our buildings, and endangers the silver maple in our backyard. The applicant's arborist did not enter our backyard and therefore was only able to estimate the tree diameter and therefore the tree protection zone. Our arborist measured the diameter of the tree as 115 centimeters, not 100, and the tree protection zone to be 6.9 meters, not 6 meters. The Bartlett report can be found at the end of our letter of objection. Urban Forestry has weighed in and requested that the applicant file a permit to injure the tree, but given that the TPZ has not been accurately assessed, we, along with many neighbors, are very concerned about the health of this tree. Thirdly, there are 4 bylaw variances that are being requested. The FSI variance of 0.79 is 32% larger than the bylaw maximum of 0.6, and this is significant. In addition, the applicant is requesting to build a rear deck 2 feet from the property line versus the bylaw minimum 3 feet, and place roof eaves 9.5 inches from the property line versus the bylaw minimum of just under 12. These last 2 bylaw minimums are already very narrow tolerances, and we do not feel that there should be an exception to build closer to our lot line. The 17 feet of additional eaves, only 9.5 inches from the property line, is a big concern, as it will add overland drainage to our property. In addition to losing sunlight, we will also lose a significant amount of our privacy on the back deck that will be overlooked by several windows on the rear of the new addition. As significant public planning and debate has gone into the development of the city's zoning codes and bylaws, we suggest that none of these variances serve any public interest or positive planning objectives. And finally, I submit that this plan does not fit with the general intent and purpose of the official plan. Chapter 3 of the official plan states development should, quote, have an appropriate size and configuration for the proposed land use and scale, be located en masse to fit within the existing and planned context, ensure access to direct sunlight and daylight, protect privacy within adjacent buildings, and provide comfortable wind conditions and air circulation, unquote. Further, the preservation, long-term growth, and increase in the amount of healthy trees will be a priority for all development. Proposals will demonstrate how the protection, provision, and maintenance of trees and their growing spaces above and below ground will be achieved and will minimize shadows on natural features to preserve their ecological health. This proposal reduces green space, sunlight, and privacy. We submit that none of the above objectives from the city's official plan are satisfied. In conclusion, we submit that the proposal does not meet any of the 4 tests that the committee weighs when evaluating applications. We are supportive of upgrades and renovations that enhance the look and feel of the neighborhood, but we do not support the mass and scale of the proposed plans. We thank the committee for the very important public service you perform and ask that, given the evidence provided, the significant pushback from the community, and a suggestion from our council, that the committee refuse this application.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions for this speaker? Okay, so the next one, please. Yeah.
Ian Worker and Janet Sanderson, can you come up to the desk?
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ian Worker. I live with Janet Saunderson at 79 Withrow Avenue. For the past 28 years, we've lived there, raised our family of 4 children in our home. We're here today in opposition to the proposal for this application, which is the twin of our house at 77 Withrow Avenue. I'll be referring to presentation materials submitted on October 13, which I'm hoping the staff can pull up at as early as convenience. In our submissions, we respectfully ask the committee to refuse the variances requested in this application on the grounds that they are significant, that is not minor. They fail to honor and preserve the character of the existing homes in terms of massing, height, and scale. They fail to preserve the prevailing pattern of rear and side yard setbacks, and they will set a bad precedent for our future development of our street and neighborhood. I will focus on items 1 and 3 in the notice of October 3, 2023 for the dormer and the floor space index respectively. To get a visual image of the extent of these proposed variances, please look at our material. Kindly turn your attention to pages 5 and 6. The proposed dormer on our side would be twice the allowable height and twice the allowable length. It would in effect create a third-story flat roof that is inconsistent with the prevailing massing and height of the neighboring properties. We submit that by any objective standard, doubling the height and length of the dormer would significantly exceed the bylaws that are intended to preserve the established character of the neighborhood. Next, item number 3, floor space index. The proposal seeks a floor space index at 0.79, which is 31% more than the allowable at 0.60 FSI. We submit this as another significant deviation from the rules which are there for a reason. We ask you to look at page 8 of our materials. The dotted line shows the extent of single story additions in yellow shading, and I'm not sure you can see the shading very well on this. Can you turn to the next page, please? Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. The yellow shading shows single-story additions along our stretch of the street. The orange shading shows two-story additions along our stretch of the street. And the burgundy shading shows that there is no three-story addition that stretches back beyond the first dotted line in that diagram there. In other words, the proposed structure in this application goes well beyond the prevailing massing, scale, and height of our section of the street. If you look at the pages 11 and 12, please. The pink shaded areas in the side views of our materials show the major extent to which the proposal deviates from the prevailing setbacks. And if you can see, if you're looking at this from the side, you've got the first story, that's sort of in line. The second story, the pink area shows which has been beyond the usual, and the pink area on the third floor shows which is beyond the usual. And this is hard to describe, but if you take the line down from the third window to the left of that drawing there, as we understand it, that would be the extent of the FSI that would be allowed if you do a three-story addition. So the structure, if allowed at that size, would cast an imposing shadow on the east and west side, negatively affecting our privacy, overlook, sky views, and available sunlight for our green roof, which you may have noticed on the earlier pictures. We're not alone in our concerns. There are petitions or letters of objection from 24 homes in the 60-meter radius of the subject property, as well as a letter from our councillor, Paula Fletcher, who has echoed our concerns over the overdevelopment of the site. Finally, if allowed, we say the proposal would render our street vulnerable to future overdevelopment. It would set disturbing precedent for our street, endangering its unique, desirable mix of homes, singles, semis, triple row houses that have shared light and space for over 100 years. Unless you have any questions, those are my submissions. Thank you very much for your attention.
So your objection mainly on variance number 1 and number 3, I guess, right?
Correct.
Yeah, with the height.
The height of the
main
dormer?
wall and the FSI.
Yes.
Okay. Any question for this speaker? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one, please. Yeah.
The next speakers are Patricia Coyne and Michael.
Good afternoon.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Please, yeah, state your name and address,
Yeah,
and you
Michael
can start
Victor,
anytime. Yeah.
And I'm representing Patricia Coyne
Okay.
and Suzanne Coyne. We live at 62 Withrow.
62.
This has been the Coyne family residence since, I believe, 1958.
Mm.
I've been there for about 40 years plus, so we've seen an awful lot of changes in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a community.
Mm-hmm.
And we're basically here to support our neighbors.
Mhm.
All the technical data is there.
Mhm.
Again, we feel that 32% over the rules, as it were, is way too much. It's interesting because it seems to me, and it's just a personal observation, it seems I guess the quality of life for a few is less for the quality of life for maybe one. I think there has to be some kind of balance, and that's why I'm here to support my neighbors, and hopefully you'll see it in our way. And as said before, our councillor also made the comment that this may be an overdevelopment. We support that, and we support all of the data behind it.
Okay, I missed the point. You say 30%, you're talking about variance number 1 there.
Well, I think Les was talking about the dimensions and all right? That's, I mean, I'm not that up to date on those, except for I've read them. They've done, they handle that. The basic bottom line is, we believe that it's way overdeveloped. Don't think the neighborhood wants to go into that direction.
Oh, okay, thank you, yes. Any question for this speaker? Erin?
Nope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for the next, please.
The next speaker is Pauline Stanley.
Hi, my name is Pauline Stanley, and I live at 72 Withrow with my growing family. It's a nice neighborhood where people support each other, and we are amenable to renos and updates to old homes. In fact, as far as I know, there has never been an objection to a reno in the 18 years that I have lived there. But due to the mass and scale of the proposed plans for 77 Withrow, which we believe could have a permanent and lasting negative impact on adjacent neighbors, my husband and I object to the application. Unfortunately, there was no consultation by the applicants until after their plans were finalized, which is regrettable. The proposed design calls for 1,065 square feet of additional floor space, exceeding allowable lot coverage by 32%. Sunlight is a precious resource, and this 3-story, 20-plus foot extension to the back of 77 Withrow is excessive, especially when it blocks so much of our neighbors' available sunlight. We feel the densification request is too significant to be considered minor, and we're worried it may set a precedent for the overdevelopment of single-family homes on tightly packed lots in our historical neighborhood. There are 4 variances requested here, and they are part of the plan, but we feel that they will result in a loss of quality of life for our neighbors at 79 and 75 Withrow. We worry that the plans are too dense and massive for them to have a peaceful time in their homes. As such, we request 3 things. We request a light shadow study to better understand how the addition will affect immediate neighbors. Otherwise, how are we to know how much their houses will be cast into darkness? These families have enjoyed a right-to-light easement across the backyards of adjacent neighbors for decades. How can this be preserved? Also, how can backyard privacy, views, and airflow be protected? We request a stormwater drainage study to better understand how increased rainfall runoff from the proposed massive dormers and larger eaves troughs will affect the 100-year-old foundations of neighbors to the west, as we are concerned about basement flooding and drainage. And finally, we request an on-site assessment by urban forestry to determine if the neighbor's mature silver maple will be injured or possibly destroyed during the production period, as we have learned that a corner of the house addition foundation will now be located inside the recommended tree protection zone, and also 100% of the proposed back porch, which supports 2 additional levels of housing. It's hard for me to believe a tree won't be damaged with so much in its path. At last count, over 80% of our neighbors within a 60-meter radius have signed a petition of objection, and 40% took the time to write you a letter of objection. Even our local councillor, Paula Fletcher, expressed alarm. So it is abundantly clear that a scaling back of the applicant's plans is desirable, so that the limits to a build on this narrow lot, and the rights of existing neighbors can both be respected. We ask for the applicants to come back with a fresh application that addresses these concerns. We will trust the process and hope you uphold all 4 city bylaws.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Okay, the next one then, please.
In person? Oh. Mark? Apologies. You were virtually, and then, yeah, please grab a seat.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Sprack, and I live at 56 Withrow Avenue, which is almost across the street from 77 Withrow Avenue. And I'll be brief today because much of what I wanted to share has already been said. And I want to start by saying I'm here to support my neighbors. And while I live across the street, the new build and the proposal for the new build won't directly impact me. However, my partner and I moved into 56 Withrow Avenue in 1999 after our full year of searching homes, and over 50 of them, when we stepped into our backyard and saw our enormous silver maple tree. We knew in a moment that that's where we wanted to live. And over the past 25 years, we've spent much time and a lot of care and love building a beautiful garden, an oasis and a refuge from the bustling city of Toronto. The thoughts that somebody could build and propose to build next door to me, as they are in this case, that would block the light and potentially damage and harm my backyard, which is the best part of my house in my opinion, is concerning. And so therefore, I'm here for this precedent-setting piece. My hearts go out to Ian and Janet, Laura and Les, for this reason. I not only live in Riverdale, but I've also spent the last 30 years as an educator working in Riverdale. I'm concerned that the expansions of this magnitude will make my neighborhood unaffordable for people to work in schools, in hospitals, in care facilities, in the service industry. I don't know why we need to add such large structures to houses that were built over 100 years ago to support varying family sizes quite well. So I'm here today to share those 2 concerns that I have on behalf of myself and my neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, any question to this speaker?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Next, please.
Dee Dee Silmerman, you have been unmuted.
Looks like it's me.
Okay, we're ready. You have 5 minutes. You can start now.
Hi there, my name is Dee Dee Summerman and I live at number 81, just 2 doors east of number 77. I've lived here for over a decade and I care about the character and the welfare of our neighborhood. I'm here to voice strong objections to the proposed renovation at 77 Withrow Avenue. The main areas that I feel should be reviewed: the size and scale. The first issue is the size and scale. The new plans go beyond the zoning limits, changing the height and roof projection in ways that don't align with neighboring homes. This seriously affects privacy, blocks our natural light, and impacts the enjoyment of our property. The floor space index. This is 31.53% increase over what is already currently allowed. These guidelines are in place for a reason: to preserve the character of our community. This is not a minor variance. It's a significant change that set a precedent for the future. The roof eaves are planned to be close to neighboring properties. In an older community like ours, managing rainfall is crucial, and this design increases the risk of basement flooding. We've all enjoyed the right to light for years, so why should that change now? Just because someone wants to build bigger and maximize their own space doesn't mean they should have the right to block our light. Another very important point is the green space. By adding a second cement parking pad, reduces greenery, exceeds residential zoning limits, and puts a neighbor's tree at risk. This second parking pad also goes against the bylaw that that only allows 1 space. Many neighbors on this street have tried for years to get even 1 parking spot. So to think that this house would allow 2 raises questions about fairness and equitable application of the bylaws. Lastly, we are concerned that the new homeowners did not consult us ahead of time. It would have been much more neighborly if they had come over, introduced themselves, talked to each of us about their intended plans before submission. In conclusion, thank you for considering these objections. To wrap up, they aren't small changes. If approved, they could significantly alter our community's character, as well as directly impact the neighbors. We urge the committee to think this through. We are not against improvements. We just want them to fit our community character. And based on discussions with neighbors, it seems to me that many others, share these views. We look forward to a revised proposal that respects the character and zoning laws of our community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. For this speaker, I'd like to make a couple of comments that you have raised. First of all, there's no parking variances that they're asking for. And secondly, they're asking for 4 variances. And I don't know whether you realize that they can actually build to the height of what they propose. The issue is that the length or the quantity of the wall that is beyond that height. It's not that they cannot build to that height, and also there's no building depth or length variances. Means that they can actually build to that length as right. That's all I want to mention. So,
okay.
Yeah. We are ready for the next speaker.
Through you, Madam Chair, I've tried reaching out to Tina Wassenaar. Unless she's in this room, she's not on standby, so those are all the speakers.
Those are all the speakers. Okay, Deputy Secretary.
No, I just wanted to make sure. Is that all the speakers for this item?
If I may, through Madam Chair, Tina Wassenaar was here. We misunderstood the projection of the day, and she went home and was trying to get online. If we would grant us a couple minutes to see if we can reach you by phone, that would be appreciated.
Okay. If you can let our staff know how to do it, yeah, we'll try to get her.
We're able to do that. We just don't have her phone number, so I have nothing to dial. You can come to me, and then if you want, you can go back to the agent, and then if this...
Okay, but then, are you going to do it here? We can continue our conversation here? Is that what you... Okay, maybe we should wait.
Yeah. I think, let's try to see if we can connect with Tina.
Sure. So through the chair, we're just attempting to call Tina Wassenaar right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Tina, are you there? Okay.
Okay, I want to check, has she submitted a letter of the opposition in written form? She has. So, yeah, we have read all the opposition letter, right? So, you have any question on the comments you made? Are we going to try again or no? Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think we're ready to move back to the applicant.
Yes. Can we have the applicant back? Can you respond to all the comments and concerns raised?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for all the residents and their participation. If staff can bring up the drawing A7, the architectural drawing A7, please. Firstly, I'll just say that there are no building setback variances to the building itself. It's just to this rear porch that accesses from the rear ground floor for a 0.62 meter side yard setback, and that's easily removed if that causes concern. You can blow this up just a little bit, because I think you'll see the brick portion is the existing building. You'll see that even the third floor does not extend beyond the existing building footprint. This dormer and the third floor is zoning bylaw compliant. There is no wall height, no dormer, no overall height. The building height is 9 meters and 10.42 meters, which is less than the 11 meters that the zoning bylaw allows. So this wall really could be, under the existing zoning, 11 meters tall and be zoning bylaw compliant. The front and the rear existing walls are basically zoning bylaw compliant. Cedar shape, or the shingles that we'll see to the right of the brick, there are 2 step backs here. The first is 0.62 meters. See, there's no windows there. That's larger than the 45 centimeters and the zoning bylaw permits. Beyond that, that lower peak to the right, that is 2.37 meters away from the property line. So this is an articulated footprint. This is not a box that's being proposed. So what is, and we'll see that that lower rear 2-story is just about 9 meters in height. So it's 2 meters less than the zoning bylaw. Overall length here, when we take into account everything, it's 13.13 meters. That's less than the 17 meters that's permitted. So in terms of light, privacy, there are none as compared to the as of right. In terms of drawing number, if we go to the next elevation, which is drawing A9, please. Thank you, staff. This is the other side elevation. So this is where there is a wall height variance for that 3rd-story dormer. It's only on the one side, and again, if the front and the back comply, this side wall is allowed to go to 11 meters in height. So the variance that the zone examiner has identified here is just for the width of that dormer, and it is a dormer. The balance of the roof is sloped, and those setback on this side, the setback dimensions to the property line are 2 meters for the bulk of this building. The dormer is a little farther away, but this is a 2-meter side yard setback, whereas the zoning bylaw allows 0.9 because there are windows here. If there were no windows, then you can have 0.45, but it's 0.9. So the side yard setback in this condition is over double what the zoning bylaw permits as of right. The front porch, even the roof height at the front for that brick portion, all existing. So this is not an overdevelopment. There is a bump out for the 2nd story, and we'll see that with the just underneath the left-hand side dormer. It's just a small portion that bumps out. So that is a little less than 2 meters, but not much less. So this building footprint articulates both from side to side, at the front and at the back. There is an 18.9 meter rear yard setback. So this cannot be considered an overdeveloped at all. The zoning bylaw currently permits 0.69 for a rear addition, and that is not significantly different from the 0.79 that is being proposed. It's about maybe 300 square feet difference. These are floor space indices. Not only are existing 1st-generation homes, and we saw that in my first presentation when we looked at those 3rd-story buildings that have built large 3rd floors, but there have been recent committee approvals for 27 Withrow, 0.82, 37 Withrow, 0.8, 85 Withrow, 0.79, 118 Withrow, 0.82, 129 Withrow, 0.88, and I could go on. They go up to 1.24 when we're looking at 217 Withrow in the next block over. So what is being proposed here respects and reinforces what is occurring. There is no drainage issues. The front and rear yard landscaping is 69.9 to over 72%. So there's no landscaping variance.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Your time is up. Can you do a quick summation, or you finished?
Yep.
Okay.
No, no, I had, I appreciate that I have 5 minutes and other
No,
people have
you,
5 minutes, so
yeah.
it's a little bit of a
We might bring you back if we have
balance, but I
questions.
appreciate it. So when the committee when this panel considers, through you, Madam Chair, the
Okay.
proposal as compared to what is permitted as of right, it is not a significant difference. And I would rely on city staff who, if they had a concern with the development and with the floor space index, they would have written a report. They have no concerns. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'd like to ask the panel members, ask your question right now if you have them. Yeah. Mr. Bayat have questions.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the agent, I thank you for your responses and the drawings that we've had opportunity to look at. I do have questions that are not directly related to concerns that were brought up, but to something else. On the site plan at the rear, one of the things that you're proposing is the demolition of the garage to be replaced with the parking pad?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Could you just tell me what surface that would be? Would it be the existing?
Or I can't hear you anymore.
Sorry. The surface for the replacement, the parking pad, would that be concrete, existing concrete pad?
No, I believe the garage is a little forward of the parking pad. The parking pad can certainly be made of permeable materials.
Thank you. And the pavers that you proposed pavers that you have at the rear, would those be permeable too?
They could be permeable materials. Yes, I'm not sure that it's really it's identified as flagstone, but it can certainly be made of permeable materials.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other question to the applicant and also maybe to the opposition? No more questions. So we are ready to get into our discussion. So, okay, at the end of the questions, let's discuss this. Any comments first? Okay, Mr. Goss.
So I think there's a laudable neighborhood spirit. I think it's very nice that so many neighbors have come out to support their fellow neighbors. The difficulty I have with a lot of the concerns that have been raised, though, is I just, when I look at the plans, I don't see the massive overdevelopment that the people who have deputed against this today see. To me, this is not a very, it's not a small addition, but it's not a large one either. When you look at the size of the lot, when you look at how the elevations show from the street, it will look very similar to how it does today in the other houses from the street. When you consider the way that it's been bumped out in consideration of the tree. I just don't see the overdevelopment that the neighbors do. I do think that 75 Withrow has some legitimate concerns about the light coming into a few of their rooms, but unfortunately, it's hard for me to see anyone purchasing this old house and not proposing something, and I don't think on balance that it's an unreasonable proposal. So to me, I think it's supportable.
Okay. Mr. Bayat, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As with my colleagues' comments, what we have before us are 4 variances. One of the concerns that one of our folks in opposition had was the length of the house, but there's no variance for length, for depth.
Yeah.
The 4 variances that are before us are not cumulatively excessive. I think each in their own are minor. So I don't have difficulty with this particular application. And as my colleague pointed out, the existing structure is not being increase in any direct form as we see it from the streetscape. There's a bump out at the back, essentially, which is something that the City of Toronto is seeing increasingly, because that's one way to expand livable space. So I don't have any difficulty supporting this application as it is.
Okay. Oh, Aaron, you have any comment?
Well, I totally agree. I mean, sometimes for a development like that, it might trigger some rear yard setback or soft landscape at the rear being not sufficient, which we will have some serious concern. But in this case, it's pretty minor, I think. All come together, and I'm happy to support as well.
Okay, thank you. In my opinion, I do appreciate all the neighbors come out to express their concern. So I was listening to the concern and also try to find a way from all the 4 variances where we can trim to actually meet what the neighbors want. Number one, for example, they can build to that height, but if you reduce it back to 30%, that's still a dormer. And after that, maybe you can shave the FSI a little bit. But overall, I do not see how a drastic change compared to as right. It may reduce a tiny little bit of not tiny little bit, half of the dormer on the 3rd floor. That's about the only thing you can trim. So I just don't see that you can drastically reduce the size of the proposal. So I will not oppose to it either. So we can have a motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll put forward a motion.
Yeah.
I'd like to move motion to approve the application. I believe the only conditions is Forestry 2. If I got that right, I think it's Forestry 2.
Yes, number 2, yes.
Forestry 2, and as the agent indicated, they're not averse to the pavers in the rear
yes,
being
the permeable pavers, yeah. Yeah.
And he has indicated that the parking pad itself is going to be permeable.
Okay. All right, anyone second to that motion?
Sure, I'll second.
Mr. Goss seconded. All in favor? Unanimously approved. Yeah. Okay. We move to the next item. Let me see the next item is number 16. The address is 524 Dufferin Street. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story dwelling by demolishing the rear 1-story addition and constructing a new 2-story addition, and also to construct a partial 3rd floor addition with a rear balcony, and they're asking for 4 variances. So we also what we have received on this item is the copy of the survey and plan and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, email comment from Metrolink, and support from 526 Dufferin Street. And we are ready for the agent to come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Pan. My address is 16 Rexford Road.
Okay. You have 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Do we have any oppositions? We do not have any opposition for this item. And also, I'd like to check with my panel whether they want to have a presentation. Do you need a presentation? Or go straight to...
Or you can just go
straight
some
to
questions and answers, maybe?
Yeah,
Okay.
we would like to just go straight to the question. So Mr. Bayer has a question.
Just a quick question. You've got pardon me, you've got a 3rd floor balcony. I'm just wondering if on the south side and the north side, Privacy screens being required, would that be okay?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Thank you.
Privacy screen on the north side or?
North and south side.
North and south
Mhm.
side, and
On the
1.5.
third floor balcony.
Okay, first floor balcony, okay. Aaron, you have questions?
No, I don't. Just welcome her back again, and that's it.
Okay, so do we have a motion now for this? Yeah.
Sure, Madam Chair, I'll move a motion to approve.
Okay.
And the only, pardon me, the only condition is that the third floor rear balcony have privacy screening on the south and north sides.
Okay, second to that? Aaron, second. And all in favor? Unanimously approved with the condition of privacy screen. Okay, that's good. Let's move to item 17. Let me see. Item 17, the address is 581 Old Western Road. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition over the existing rear basement walkout. There will be one primary unit and one secondary unit with the dwelling, and this is asking for one variance. So we are ready for the agent, please. Or the applicant.
Sadaf Zerha, you have been unmuted.
Hello everyone. My name is Sadaf Zerha. I'm from Ivan Franco Architects. My address is 222 Islington Avenue, C206, Toronto, Ontario.
I'm sorry,
we are
we
here
can't, I'm sorry, you're sounding quite muffled. Could you speak up louder and repeat everything you just said?
My name is Sadaf Zehra. I am from Ivan Franco Architects. Address is 222 Islington Avenue, Suite 206, Toronto, Ontario. We are representing the owner of 581 Old Western Road and are speaking in support of the requested minor variance. The following items address the City of Toronto review comments for 581 Old Western Road, Ontario Building Code Notice. A fire-resistant window with 1 hour fire rating has been specified on the drawings. Number 2, the foundation wall referred to is existing. The proposed addition is being built only on the 581 Old Western Road side of the property line. Zoning bylaw notice. Number 3.
Excuse me, is it Sarah, Miss Sarah? Are you?
Yeah, that.
Are you on 581 Old Western Road?
Yeah, that's
okay,
right.
Speaking on that, right? So you're asking for
Yeah.
only one variance. Can you speak on?
Yeah, we are asking that the Committee of Adjustment approve a decrease in the size of minimum rear yard setback from 7.5 meters to 6.25 meters.
Yes, that's the only variance you're looking for. Do we have any opposition on this?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no opposition speakers. The
Yeah.
person on standby is in support of the
In support,
application.
okay.
Oh, great.
Okay, so do we actually need to have a presentation?
Okay.
Ms. Sarah, we do not need a presentation. Do you have something to say to the panel before we move into discussion?
Well, we should
No, it's just that this minor variance will allow the resident of 581 Old Western to extend their dwelling unit to allow for a 2-piece ground floor washroom. And we are only asking for this small variance.
Okay, thank you. The person who is in support, is that person wanting to speak?
Ivan Franco, you have been unmuted.
Okay, I'm actually the architect that Sadaf works with, and I would just like to point out that support letters for this minor variance have been received from the 2 immediate neighbors living at 579 and 583 Old Weston Road. There are similar existing extensions in the neighboring houses at 579 and 583 Old Weston Road.
Okay, I see. So, yeah. Any questions to this? Okay, we don't have any questions for you, so we are ready to move into discussion. Okay.
I'll just do a motion to approve.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very minor variance that's going to allow a secondary basement unit.
Okay, a second. Ms. Bayat, second. All in favor? All in favor, yes, approved. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, the next item is number 18. Address is 203 Wistful Avenue. The purpose for this application is to construct a new two-story auxiliary laneway street in the rear yard abutting the laneway. And they're asking for 4 variances. And we also received material, a survey and site plan, 4 plans and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, and cover letter from Anna Gascon, McCall, the agent, an arborist report, an email from Metro Lane, presentation material from the agent, and also tree protection plan by the agent through, yeah. And commenting material, we have email correspondence from Metro Lane and a staff report from Urban Forestries, and we have support from 214 Rifferdale Avenue, and opposition, we have 4 opposition from all of them from Heathrow Avenue. And we are ready for the agent to come up, please. Yeah.
Anna Gascon Marco, you have been unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. So yeah, my name is Anna Gascon Marco. I'm senior architect with Collaborative Architecture. Our address is 943 Queen Street East in Toronto.
Yeah, you have some opposition, so I think that you should give us a presentation. 5 minutes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So, our clients have heard some of the concerns from the neighbors, and we'd like to explain the whys behind the 4 minor variances. I will explain first minor variance 1 and 4, and then 2 and 3. So minor variance number 1, which relates to the minimum lot line on a lane. I would ask the committee to pull the plans submitted, if possible, and go to page COA 22. So transportation has no objections with the existing condition of the lane. As mentioned, there is a letter of support from the neighbors across the lane from 214 Riverdale Avenue. And as you can see there in those pictures, the lane continues past beyond. For reference, and I realize previous decisions do not set a precedent. However, the committee might wish to know that the lane behind a house located at 324 Old Western Road had a similar condition around the laneway, where less than 3.5 meters from the property were abutted on the lane, though the laneway extended past. The next 3 minor variances are a result of keeping an existing tree on the rear yard. So variance number 4 relates to separations in angular plane. I'd ask the committee to go to page CO4, which is the site plan. So another concern raised by some of the neighbors was the distance between the house and the laneway suite as being too close, and it's referenced in one of the letters in opposition as being only 9 meters away. The laneway suite has been situated as further as possible from the main house to increase the soft landscaping of the rear yard while maintaining the honey locust, which is the large tree on the top right corner. For the record, the minimum required distance by the current zoning bylaw is 7.5 meters, as shown on the site plan. So this proposal provides an additional 1.5 meters on top of the minimum requirement. The sidewalls do encroach slightly in the angular plane, as shown on the diagram on page COA 17. So if you can go there. Within the aesthetics that these 2 elements provide enhance the built environment from both the laneway side and the rear yard side. As you see in the perspective, we're asking the committee to allow this encroachment, which we perceive as very minor. And then the next 2 variances, number 2 and 3, both relate to the reduction of soft landscaping. So in page, again, if you can go back to the site plan, which is CO4. COA, of course, sorry. So the large tree between the laneway suite and the lane is a healthy honey locust as described in the arborist report. As the committee might know, it is indeed prohibited from the tree to be removed according to official plan. So Chapter 7, Policy 546 of the official plan regarding laneway suites explicitly says that existing trees are to be preserved, and one of the grounds on which the Committee of Adjustment may choose to grant a minor variance is to indeed preserve an existing tree. Both the arborist and urban forestry are in support of keeping this tree. Had the honey locust not been there, these minor variance would not be required. In that scenario, the laneway suite would have been proposed closer to the lane, hence increasing the area of yard between the main dwelling and the laneway suite, and also increasing the percentage of soft landscaping, as all the harsh landscapes with hardscape elements remain constrained. We've also had some concerns about flooding in basement. Laneway Suite is actually located downstream from the main dwelling, which has almost like a 2-feet difference in grading. As a qualified grading consultant, it is my professional opinion that existing problems neighbors may have with flooding are and will not be impacted by any laneway suite built in the proposed location. And then last variance, which is the soft landscaping, which is number 3, which is a soft landscaping between the laneway suite and the lane. If the committee could pull up the supporting material presentation, page 2, which is the soft landscaping plan dated October 18th. So the owners, in response to some of the concerns they've heard from neighbors, they've decided to remove the hard landscape from the yard between the laneway suite and the laneway and withdraw variance number 3. By removing the hard landscape, the soft landscaping in this yard has increased from a 53% to a current 76%, which is larger than the 75 minimal required. We are requesting the committee to grant the withdrawal of minor variance number 3 in addition to approve the other minor variances. We think that this application is good planning and meets the 4 tests, and the minor variances required are indeed minor in nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will hold our question to you and we will listen. They're registered speakers, right?
The next registered speaker is Penelope Blythe.
Okay.
I'm Penelope Blythe, and I live at 207 Withrow, which is one house east of 203, and I've lived there for 38 years. As mentioned in my written submission, my basement used to flood, but no longer does due to the downspout disconnection initiative and the prohibition against further front pad parking. Both these initiatives by the city recognize that basement flooding is an issue in the area. I do not want a west basement again and respectfully ask that the variance to soft landscaping not be granted. The drawings on file also do not indicate where the water from the house roof is draining. As the house is being built to the lot line of both its neighbors, I sincerely hope it's not draining onto their property. Further to my written submission, I also looked up the definition on the city website of a laneway house, and it states a laneway house abuts a public laneway. The dictionary definition of abut is it touches along the edge. This house does not abut the laneway. It is set back more than the length of the car from the laneway. In fact, a parking pad off the laneway is planned. And the laneway behind the property at 203 is largely a private laneway. The laneway behind 203 belongs to 2 houses on Riverdale Avenue. While one property has granted 203 access in their letter of support, I do not believe that this is legally binding. The other property has remained silent. The house is rented, and I believe the owner is in Europe. If the property which granted access were to be sold, access could be denied. I therefore put it to you that the proposed dwelling, a single-family, 2-story home consisting of 3 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms, does not meet the definition of a laneway house. 1, it does not abut the laneway, and 2, the property is not on a public laneway. One further issue is parking. 203 has a driveway the full length of the house, hardscaping, which can accommodate 3 vehicles. I question the need for a parking pad off the laneway. There is a new subway going in down Pape and a major transportation hub at Carlaw and Girard. I think this proposed dwelling needs to be sent back to the drawing board. I'm not against the laneway house, I just want it to be done properly. I think the proposed dwelling should go back to the drawing board. 1, they need legal permission for access to the private laneway that has to be granted by the two properties on Riverdale Avenue. And two, the tree, the honey locust, which the arborist had said should remain, should be removed so that the proposed dwelling can be moved back and abut the laneway per the definition. And this would lessen the privacy and shadow concerns of the neighbors. Three, the variance requested to decrease the amount of soft landscaping has to be denied in line with the City of Toronto flood mitigation initiatives in the area. I thank you for your consideration of my points.
Okay, any question to this speaker? Yes.
Just a quick one, you mentioned a parking pad for the laneways proposed.
Yeah, if you look at it, they're not calling it a parking pad, but you can see that it is.
There's a drawing in the presentation, drawing COA .05, which you might not be able to see. I don't know if,
Yeah,
here
I'm
can
75
perhaps put
and
it
my
up.
eyes are
Oh,
not that
that's-
good, guys.
That's this drawing, and if you look on the far right side, there's actually a walkway, not a parking
Yeah,
pad.
it's.
Yeah, just so that, you know,
I think the intention is to park a car there.
I would hope, but yes. But just to point out that this is in
Just
the-
a heads up.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, thank you.
Okay, any, we have next,
Yep, the next speakers are Amanda Strapples and Daniel Claret.
Staples. Could you pull up my letter, October 16th, the second page with the photographs? Thank you. Good afternoon, committee. My husband Danielle and I have lived at Amanda Staples. We both live at 201 Withrow Avenue, which is directly attached to 203 on the west side.
Okay.
And we've lived there for 26 years.
Mhm.
Regarding variant 1, the back laneway behind 203 Withrow is 3/4 privately owned by two separate owners, not only 212 but 214 Riverdale Avenue,
Mhm.
which does not show on their drawings. I have a survey, but I didn't know I had to scan it. I didn't know you wouldn't look at it today. That shows the second owner. This laneway is also a dead end at the west border of the second owner. Therefore, they will need to back up their car to drive out of the laneway onto the second owner's land to exit. Not to mention the truck's delivery supplies for construction will need to go on both private properties to unload. The owners at 203 have an email permission from only the one owner, which is not a legally binding right of way. We believe the second owner will not give them permission, as we asked for a right to cross his land to put in backyard parking years ago, which he adamantly refused. The drawings do not show that second lot line at all. The proposal, what you were saying about the parking pad, that has been changed since we got any of the submissions. So we didn't know that they were putting it to a walkway, and I highly suspect that they will, their intention is to park a car there. Variant number 2 and 3. We are very concerned about the proposed 35% reduction of soft landscaping. We are worried that we will get water into our basement again, and there will be substantially less absorptive ground to deal with runoff. We don't know which direction the water from the house will go, as their drawings do not show any eaves trough or which way the flat roof is tilted, and the owners couldn't answer that question. They are asking for a 4th parking spot in addition to their 3-car driveway that runs along the full length of their house and is concrete, solid concrete, which is a lot of hard landscaping, or hardscaping as you call it. Our basement is very damp and has had water in the past, as you can see on the pictures above. The brick on the walls has effervescence and are deteriorating. The concrete floor is damp. We've abided by the city's program to remove downspout connection. Also, a few years ago, we spent over $12,000 waterproofing our basement on the outside of the house and installing a water pump. We run a dehumidifier constantly for most of the year. Even with these preventative measures, we have a very damp and wet basement. If you approve these 2 variances, we fear with the increase of heavy downpours from climate change, we will get water into our basement again. And as you can see on the pictures, the deterioration and the brick, and we keep trying. The arborist report does not mention the birch tree in the middle of their backyard. This tree is a very large 3 trunks. It is about 3 meters from the current position of the proposed structure, which could damage the tree's roots. If you give permission for the back tree to be removed, then the house could be moved abutting the laneway. then this birch will be saved to absorb and assist to absorb running water off the, running into our basements. Along with a proposal, I suggest, recommendation, to add more soft landscaping to these plans. The Ontario Line subway project is bringing large apartment complexes directly into our area. 3 blocks away from us at Gerrard and Carlisle North, there's a 3-tower apartment building being built with over 1,000 units, and more is slated for Gerrard Carlisle South. 7 blocks away from us at Danforth and Pape, another tower with 496 units is going in. This one laneway residence will not solve the low-income housing shortage in Toronto. This proposed very large 3-bedroom, 2-story, 132-meter house is very close to the back of all of our houses, only 9 meters away. You have 4 neighbors of adjoining properties, 2 on either side, that have sent letters in opposing this laneway house in these current plans. All 4 neighbors are recommending the Committee of Adjustment to move this building back to abut the laneway. Then all the neighbors and new occupants can keep a little of our privacy, keep our basements from water seepage, and continue to enjoy our backyards with sunlight. We appreciate this time to discuss this project with you. Thank you.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
The current use of that space where they're proposing look like a driveway or
The whole backyard is a garden.
It's garden right now.
They do have brick beside the house, but I think they're planning to move some of that out.
Mhm.
And they have a small deck coming out of their thing, but all of it is grass and trees. or
Yes.
soft
And then,
landscaping.
because I got limited resource to see how far the private right of way, how far does it go to another two?
At the back laneway?
Yes,
The
yes,
back
yeah,
laneway?
yeah.
So the laneway comes from the east off of Carlaw,
Mm.
and it's private for maybe, I don't know, we have the meters, but a couple of feet. And then
Okay.
3/4 of their back lot is private. So directly behind them, I think it's 212 Riverdale
I see.
that are agreeing. And then there's
If you Google
another
the survey,
section
you can see it
that
better.
is
Oh,
directly
yeah,
behind.
in the survey, it goes down
Structurally
to-
behind our house is
Okay.
private, is the second one, and then there's a fence, so you can't, it's not a through laneway, it's a dead end.
It's a dead end, yes.
Oh, so it goes to more property instead then?
Yeah, it goes behind our property, it ends
Okay.
on the west
Yeah, I just
side.
want to know, yeah.
Yeah.
So you are actually using that right away?
No, I don't use it at all, I wasn't allowed to.
Who is using that right away?
No, the people beside and the owner
There's
of
one.
it, the
Oh,
owner.
I see, okay, thank you, yeah. Mhm. All right, that's my question.
Through you, Madam Chair, the location map is on the screen and it'll show you.
Yeah, and I don't know if it'll show the back laneway because
Yeah.
it's a small one, it's not plowed, and it ends with a fence, and then
Yeah, it starts
the
up
other
again.
back laneway is jogged. It doesn't meet completely.
So it's shown on
it's
the.
not used.
It's a dead end.
I see, thank you. Yeah, I can see,
And
that's
that's why
why.
if they put a
yeah.
car, if they intend to do a parking pad there, they will have to back out onto 2 owners to get out. And the laneway is not wide enough to turn anywhere.
Okay, thank you, yeah. That's why they need variance number 1.
And the second drawing that they just said they submitted that as new since any of the proposals. Before it was paved parking pad
Okay.
at the back.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, are we done with the list?
Nope, we have one more
of
registered
them?
speakers.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Janice and Gary, you have been unmuted.
Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we are ready. You have 5
Okay.
minutes, please. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. We're Gary Hendel and Janice Huff. We live at 205 Withrow Avenue, the attached neighbor of the subject property, and we've lived here for 26 years. We do not support this laneway suite proposal as it stands. Our major concerns and objections are as follows. First of all, the location of the structure is not on the laneway, but in the middle of the yard, essentially a second full house on a property, not a laneway suite. The whole design and placement of the proposed structure is driven by a tree at the back of the property and the intent to have a parking spot off the lane. This is not listed on the diagram, but obvious by looking at the diagrams and in discussion with our neighbor, the applicants, who've told us that's what they're looking for. The main property already has a 3-car concrete driveway, as noted by Penny and Amanda. This is also driving the requirements for the variances for the softscaping. The reduction in softscaping is significant and concerns us and several of our neighbors for obvious reasons. The Getting to Know the Committee of Adjustment brochure states that privacy and shadow impact on surrounding properties will be taken into account in making a decision to grant a minor variance. The placement of the proposed structure will impact both our privacy and the shadows it will cast on our backyard and house. Essentially, we'll be in the shade cast by the structure for the majority of the day, which will impact our ability to grow plants and vegetables as we do now. The structure will also greatly impact the privacy of the back of our house, which is mostly glass, built with the intent of being able to enjoy the outside and our backyard even when we are inside. There were pictures in our letter of submission showing on page 2, if you can bring that up. Those pictures are taken from where the back of their house would be, and you can see directly into everything on the main floor and the second floor. There's a clear view into our house, the main floor and the second floor primary bedroom. As shown in the filing, the view to our house is very close. In looking at other laneway houses in our area, they're all within 1 to 2 meters of the laneway. This one, as proposed, is more than twice that at 4.43 meters on one side, and even more than that on the other side. We do not believe the proposed design with the size, position, and slab side construction respects the character, density, and massing of our Riverdale neighborhood. We submit that cumulatively the variances are not minor. We submit that if the tree in the southeast corner of the lot were removed, the house could be placed closer to the lane and downsized slightly. All other variances could be rendered unnecessary. As outlined in the Committee of Adjustments brochure, we ask that the Committee of Adjustments not approve the variances required by the design in its current form. We ask the city to consider removal of the tree at the southeast corner of the lot to enable our neighbors to construct a structure positioned closer to the rear of the lot, consistent with a laneway suite, further back from our existing houses. The city must recognize the impact on neighbors and show some flexibility in its policies in order to minimize those impacts, as per your own information brochure. In summary, we request the committee reject this proposal as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to this speaker? Okay, thank you. No question to you. And then we are ready to bring back the applicant in response to all the concern raised. Please. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So in response to some of the concerns about the flooding, so again, the property is located, the laneway suite is located downstream. Water just will follow downward. So again, any water that already has gone through their basements, it's definitely not coming from the rear yards. Again, as the withdrawal of number 3, so there will be no hardscape proposed on that rear yard. The access, if we can see this survey, there is the lane abuts I believe 2.3 meters on their property, and it is currently used for parking on the other 2 properties that they were referring. So on the left side, so lots, the ones that are directly below the property, they already use that as, again, access to parking on those two lots. And we can see actually a picture on our drawings. One of the last slides, they do show those parking spots there. Some other concerns about the eavesdrops in our drawings, we actually have captured those. The birch tree on the rear yard between the main house and the laneway suite, it's actually also, we respected the tree protection zone of that one. So that would be included in the arborist report and protected with the appropriate fencing. Again, the actual location not being right next to the lot, to the laneway, there are no requirements for it to be there. And the fact that there is a tree and we can't remove that tree, that is kind of like what is led to the proposed location of the laneway suite. As for privacy and shadows, actually the tree, it's, we don't know the height for sure, but like usually honey locusts are between 70 and 130 feet tall. So most of the shading that will, like neighbors will have around on their backyards will come from the existing tree that is to remain, not the laneway suite. And another point, like when they mentioned like the location is too close. So again, like we provided an additional 1.5 meters on top of the 7 meters required between the main house and the laneway suite, which like the existing condition between houses, it's even closer. Like if we look at the 203 and the neighbor 201, the distance between those two houses is currently around like 3 meters or 9 feet, and they do have openings on both sides. So the privacy element here, again, like we understand might be a concern, but it's nothing new that, you know, city and neighbors will be new to. So I think those are all our responses to their concerns. And again, like they withdraw their any hardscape on the yard between the laneway and the lane, even though it was proposed as a soft, as a permeable space. Our clients felt that, you know, their neighbors' relationship and maintaining that is important. So that's why they remove all hardscape, and it will only be soft landscape proposed in that yard.
Okay, thank you. You have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, we have some questions. Aaron, go ahead first.
Oh, hi. Yes. So, well, first of all, I think your presentation drawings are very easy to understand. I think it would be great if everyone can present us in a similar way so we know where the encroachment is. And then I guess my first question is, have you talked to the zoning examiner that you're trying to do a laneway house or garden suite?
A laneway house, yeah.
A laneway house, even though the laneway is only, I would say, 1/5 of your backyard.
Yes, yes. And we really don't understand where that requirement is coming from on the bylaw. And so that's one point, given the fact that they actually, like, if you look at our drawings, the actual lane is used as a vehicular access to the other two lot lines currently. So it's not that it will be different.
And the reason I ask is the way you designed this laneway house is like designing a garden suite. I can see that you are making those moves in your design, and then when we use the laneway housing zoning bylaw to evaluate this property, then there are all these little things coming out. I think that's my major question is how did they if you have confirmed this is a laneway house, and then okay, that's fine. We just follow that. We'll.
Yeah. They didn't raise any concerns with that at all.
And you talked to the tree. Did you have a chance talking to Toronto Forestry, or you just basically work out with your arborist for that protection so on the tree?
Yeah. So we've received comments from Urban Forestry, and we will put a submission to not injure that tree. and they usually support, we couldn't really ask them to support this tree to be removed, yeah.
Understood. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Mr. Bayat, yes.
First thing, Agent, did I understand you correctly that you're withdrawing variance number 3?
That's correct, yeah. And that is the one that relates to the soft landscaping between the laneway suite and the lane.
So you only have now three variances before us, and this is going to be an amended application?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the concerns that has been expressed, and perhaps your site plan, the initial site plan that we're looking at, is a bit deceptive in that sense, that it appears that there may be a parking pad at the back, but then in your presentation site plan, it looks like you only have bear with me, I've got to just open it up. You have, and this is on COA 0.05. It looks like you just have a walkway, and the rest of that space seems to be soft landscaping.
You have surface there also.
Is that
So
correct?
maybe you can show better the supporting material that we last issued, which had that revised soft landscaping plan.
So that one is correct, the COA 0.05.
Not this one that it's right now shown, but it should be on, I believe it was item maybe number 20,
On the
which was this.
in your presentation package.
Oh, yes, sorry.
differently
Yes.
Soft landscaping.
Yeah. So exactly. So we that was kind of like intended, even though we didn't have to provide parking for this one. Our clients just wanted to have that as a possibility. However, just given the concerns that they heard from neighbors, they've dropped this altogether. So right now, everywhere that you see permeable pavers, that will become grass, basically.
Sorry, so what's shown as walkway at the rear is going to be soft landscaping?
No, sorry, that will remain. So we still will provide some sort of like, stones or something for them to walk towards the property.
To the lane, access
Yeah,
from
to the main door entrance, yeah.
So is it the proposed walkway in the rear between the main house and the laneway suite? The walkway, that's the hardscape that you're talking about, that will be all soft landscape?
No, it will be between the laneway suite and the laneway. So there are like a couple of areas that say permeable pavers, and those are the ones that will become grass. Okay. Between the laneway suite and the main house are like this submission. Our clients are proposing to remove some patio, and you can see the outline dashed in order to increase the soft landscaping. So that is something that is existing that will be removed and replaced with grass.
Okay, I think I'm getting a little puzzled here because I'm not sure which site plan you're referring to. You've got about 3 different ones from what I can see. There's the one that's COA 0.05 that shows the rear, for example, that's soft landscaping and a walkway. The one that's being shown on the screen right now. Right,
so we submitted on October 18th, we submitted a new soft landscaping plan. That is the one that is not right now being shown here.
Is it possible to find?
I think it's the one on your screen is the one that
I think it's the one I might be looking at, which is the presentation material.
There should be a new line item. Let me just double check the number.
Is it a supplemental?
Miss Asahi,
No way, yeah.
She's taking away item number 3, then all those brown coloring will become grass on that.
Exactly. So that's the one. Yeah, perfect.
So we can make reference to this one, this drawing, so that will be much clearer. So the landscaping between the house, laneway house, and the lane should be reflected by this particular site plan.
That's correct.
Okay. The other question I have, when one looks at a Google Street Map, there's what looks like a driveway on the, not sure what direction this is, next to the house. Is that your property as well?
Sorry, I'm unsure. What are we talking about? The lane on the laneway side?
Not the laneway house lane, but the access from the main road from Withrow. You've got parking for this property, correct?
Yeah, although we didn't have to provide parking for the laneway suite, that is not required, and but there is parking next to the house. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The one way to, I think the other question I had was related to I think it's variance number 2. You're asking for 72% as opposed to 85.
That's correct.
Is there any way that the walkway the proposed walkway that you have could be reduced in width to increase that 72% to a higher number?
Yeah. So we could reduce that. However, that walkway it doesn't count towards like it's exempted from the coming up with the soft landscaping. So it doesn't count. But yeah, we could reduce the width in order to increase the area of soft landscape.
In which case, can you give us a number to say that the 72%, what would the new number be?
Oh, I don't know it top of my head. It will be slightly higher, like maybe 1 or 2%. It's not going to be a huge difference to meet the 85%. We've seen usually the committee in other projects not enforce the 85 because we know it's quite difficult. So our clients are already willing to increase the current condition of that soft landscape, removing the existing patio stones. And what you mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, had the laneway suite been able to be pushed closer to the laneway, we would not be running into this issue because right now it's just like a percentage of like all the hard landscape basically will remain, but our numbers they don't look good.
Thank you. Perhaps if you're okay with a condition then to make sure that the proposed walkway is produced with permeable materials?
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes, I have one question. Oh, sorry, Mr. Goss, you go ahead first, yeah.
Okay. I have a few questions about the laneway, the fact that it doesn't, the variance having to do with the width of the laneway at the back. So if we look at the survey, we can see how there's the 2.3 meters that, or 2.3 might be feet actually on the survey, but anyway, there's the portion that is, well, what's on the, I'm just gonna go back to the variance to get it right.
It's 2.3 here.
Yeah, so 2.3
meters, yeah.
Meters that actually is on the laneway, and then the rest is not, it's on that private right-of-way. So I'm just wondering, do you know if anyone has any actual, like, formal registered easements over those private right-of-ways that are behind the property?
So we don't know that information. However, like the neighbor right, the one that abuts most of the property to our client's property, they're the ones that mentioned that they had no objection with this laneway being built. And that some sort of like agreement would have to be entered between them and this owner for them to access basically through this property.
Okay, and then are you able to confirm for us today then, based on the soft landscaping discussion and everything else, that it's only going to be pedestrians transiting through there, not vehicles?
That is the intent.
Okay. One consideration, I'm curious to know whether you would consider this, would be the walkway from the laneway suite to the lane could be curved to enter at the public lane. And the reason why I suggest this is right now you have permission to go through that space, but if there isn't an actual easement, I don't want there to be an issue down the line. And so if you have your walkway that way, then we have the pedestrians transiting directly to the public lane, and we don't need to worry about a future owner and what they might do.
Yes. All right.
Do you understand, and what are your thoughts?
Yes, I understand what the committee is saying. However, I don't know how to respond to that. Like the lane currently is used for vehicular access, like that pass beyond the lane. They're like to the left. And we can, like, if we can maybe go back to the images. So, because it's clearly seen from the images that we took. And I believe it's like the second, yeah, so that one. So as you can see, the public lane right now, it's like highlighted in green. The white area, that is what extends beyond our client's property. However, it goes even beyond that. And currently it's used already as a lane. There are cars, as you can see on the west perspective, on the image labeled west perspective, that actually park on those properties. So it's not considered a public lane. However, it is currently used as a public lane.
That's the use, but without the easement, it doesn't
Yes.
fully protect in my mind. If I were to make if the committee were to move that you needed to have the pedestrian access be from the public lane, and you'd need to redo your landscaping that way, would that be something you'd consider?
Yeah, if this were the condition, yeah, we would make it work.
But even, I'm sorry, even if they're willing to make that revision, we cannot approve it today because we cannot just assume that's going to be, we need some more good drawings. But I think that I understand the question, but you're not answering it. We all understand. We all understand the use of that space as it is, but the question is not the use. It's that whether you have a legal access to use the private lane, and that's the question. And then from your survey, so that if you do have a right of way, it will be marked on your survey saying that it's linked to your property.
Yeah.
Currently, your survey does not show that. That means that your property is not tied to the right of way. Right of way is created for a specific purpose. Means that it's not created for your use. Whether people are using it, whatever it is not what we are concerned. We are concerned approving this plan, which depending using that private right of way. That's our
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So the letter in support that we received, it was from the neighbors from that property, which is 214 Riverdale Avenue. And they are the ones that are saying that, a right of way will be required and that they have no objection with this. So that is kind of like the closest that we have for them to say that, they have no objections and that a right of way would be required.
Okay.
May I just suggest something? I think to the applicant, if you want to resolve this issue now at the spot, I know that you have already removed the variance of the hard landscape. You just have to take out the walkway. And then if you want to put the walkway back, just go through a different channel. Have set up your right of way agreement with the neighbor, and then you use another method to create that pathway. And we can solve the problem now.
Sounds good. Yeah, I think we can do that.
Because tentatively, there's no problem with the building. We're just talking about why you need the walkway to the end of your property, which might not have a right of way, right? And you don't have time to come back and redraw a walkway with an L shape. So let's just remove the whole thing, put all landscape there, and that will be the condition. If you want to modify this condition, it will be through a private agreement with your neighbor.
That's good.
All right?
Yep.
Through you, Madam Chair, there could also be the option that the walkway be moved so that it's accessing the public.
Right, that's what
portion,
we're working
like
on.
Mr.
That's the
Rosh had.
condition.
Yeah. So you could put that in writing as a condition, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it would be sufficiently certain to
Yes.
say access through the public.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel also to specify that
Yeah.
that will be no paved area besides the walkway. Because the way that is designed now with the cut corner and all, is certainly, it's just helping people to park there for sure, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, if you're going to approve the application on the condition that you're tying the approval to the plan COA.05 dated October 17th, 2023, it does show the soft landscaping, but then you can put in a condition that the walkway is to be relocated to access the public
From the public
right
area.
away.
That's good.
I feel a little bit better because I agree with Mr. Goss saying that we do not want to leave any kind of legal problems
Yeah,
down
it's
the
not
road.
a problem now, but
Yeah.
you don't want to create a problem in the future.
Yeah.
And through you, Madam Chair, the walkway could be permeable materials.
Yes, that will make Mr. Buyer very happy. I know that, yeah. Okay, so I want to tell the applicant, we are in committee now. We are discussing this case, and then, yeah, we'll get back to you. Okay, any other comments?
No.
No, I'd be inclined to approve it
Yeah, I
with
think
kind of
we
these
have a
types of.
watertight
yeah.
thing now, that they cannot use the private laneway. For,
Mhm.
yeah. But it is still a laneway house, right?
It is because it has that little bit of
Oh,
laneway,
the
and
little
we're
bit,
approving
we
the
only approving
variance
variance
to
one, yeah.
let it, yeah.
Okay, so let's have a motion then.
Okay, so I'll move it to approve subject to forestry condition. Two. And on the condition that the walkway access to the laneway suite be routed to the existing public laneway.
Okay, and to
Oh,
be
and,
built-
and that the walkway be built with permeable material.
Including the walkway between the house and the laneway suite, will that
Yes.
also be permeable?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So through you, Madam Chair, we could tie them, through the approval, you can tie them to that COA.05
yeah.
plan,
Sure.
this, the one that's on the screen.
Yes.
And it is dated at the bottom of October 17th, 2023.
Mhm. Except that the walkway to the, is still showing that it's access to
No, I
the
understand.
private-
So
yeah.
you know, in that condition, it would be written that the walkway between the laneway suite and the public lane get relocated so it has access to the
Okay,
public
great.
lane, and that both walkways would be constructed with permeable materials.
Good,
That sounds great.
Okay, that's the motion.
that's great, that's good motion.
As
Anyone,
amended.
And it's as amended.
as amended, anyone seconded?
I'll second.
Mr. Bayer second. All in favor? With conditions and amended application. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, next, number 19, the address is 485 Scarborough Road. And just let me get the, the purpose for this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition above the existing one-story addition. We have one variance in front of us, and we have received a copy of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 2 photographs of the subject property. We are ready for the agent to come up, or the applicant. Yeah.
Catherine Stanbridge.
Hi, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. This is Catherine Stanbridge, address is 485 Scarborough Road.
We do not have, I do not believe we have any oppositions for this application. I want to ask the panel whether they want to have a presentation first. No presentation, and we are ready to move it into committee. Do you have anything you want to say before we do that, please?
No, thank you. We just have support from the neighbors. So
Okay, great.
thank you.
So now we are in committee. Mr. Byett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very, very straightforward application, very minor.
Yes.
So I'd like to move approval.
Yeah.
There are no conditions as far as I can see.
So I need someone to second this.
Sure, I'll second.
Mr. Goss, second, and all in favor? Approve unanimously, yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay.
So through you, Madam Chair, we're done now because item number 20 was deferred
Oh,
this
we are
morning.
yeah,
So
deferred.
that
Okay, we are
ends
done.
our morning session.
Yes.
I believe we can resume at 4 o'clock this afternoon
Oh.
for our PM session.
Okay, wow, yeah, that's really afternoon. Okay, now, yeah, we break for lunch. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry if I'm slowing you down.
No, me too.
Sure your mics are off.
Mhm.
And then